Chapter 1181. The Heavenly King had descended. The tyrant heaved a sigh of relief. Eldest senior brother had come out of seclusion. On the other side, the will of the 9 saints moved. The expressions of Feng Yun and the others changed slightly. This was a powerhouse that could seal source energy, a Heavenly King powerhouse. Trouble was big. However, at this moment, Fong Ping chuckled and said softly, "Do you think the human race is very weak? After beating up the young one, the old one had to come? What **t sky sealing sect? If they really have the guts, why don't they wait for the human race's powerful cultivators to return and open up another world for a massacre? If we can't annihilate the sky sealing sect, then it's because we're useless and deserve to be annihilated." Fong Ping sneered. "Disdain. The human race has experts. Did the sky sealing sect really think that they were strong? The heaven-suppressing Heavenly King couldn't deal with Feng? A martial king could not defeat Dotian? If he continued to grind it out with this tyrant, it would be hard to tell who would emerge victorious. The human race still has a large number of peerless peak experts, and there are even emperors. Can't they exterminate your bloodline? What was he being so arrogant for?" Fong Ping laughed. He ignored the overlord and looked into the distance. Very, very far away. If the other party wanted to come, it was normal for them to walk for a minute. A journey of hundreds of thousands of miles was, in fact, fast enough to make one's hair stand on end. However, Fong Ping was not in a hurry. At this moment, Fong Ping looked at the God-forging envoy and said with a smile, "Senior God-forging envoy, are you willing to fight with your true body and lend me a hand? Today, we will exterminate the heaven-sealing bloodline." The God-creation envoy's eyes moved slightly and said indifferently, "If I can't seal it, this old man will not appear. There are some things you don't understand." Fong Ping smiled. "I see. In that case, that old tortoise Feng might not dare to show up this time?" "I don't think so. Just this one Heavenly King." "Probably." Fong Ping laughed again. Looking into the distance, his chi activity erupted, shaking the surroundings. "Heaven Reverse. How about Emperor Heaven Reverse?" Fong Ping quipped, "Heavenly King. Killing geniuses to gather luck. What a trashy idea." One by one, they were defeated by others. You lost to Luan. This so-called overlord lost to Hongyu. You were even weaker than the longevity sword. You were killed on the spot. Your lineage is really rotten. The overlord's aura shook the heavens, closing in on Fong Ping once again. Saint-grade armor appeared on Fong Ping's body. He laughed. "Thank you, you bunch of gift-giving kids. I have a saint-tier armor. My defense is even stronger. I have the sacred spear, so it will be easier for me to kill the enemy. Also, I have a sage token to stabilize my foundation. Many thanks." The tyrant's face was cold as he approached again. Fong Ping ignored him, turned around, and said again, "Senior God Envoy, I'll leave teacher Li to your care." This bloodline was shameless to the extreme. After beating up the young, the old came. They probably wouldn't be satisfied. "I'll take the dog for a walk and bring this tyrant and that Heavenly King for a stroll. Please protect my teacher and don't let him get killed." Fong Ping's laughter shook the heavens. He said loudly, "Fighting King, I'll be waiting for you in front. Heavenly Kings are nothing more than this." "Ha ha ha." Fong Ping laughed out loud. He walked on air. The overlord threw a punch, but Fong Ping did not retaliate. He continued to walk on the Madeira steppe at an extremely fast speed. The tyrant snorted coldly and tore through the void again. He quickly caught up and attacked the void again. Fong Ping turned around, his saber slashing through the void. Rumble. Origin chi erupted. The overlord's body trembled slightly, but he recovered quickly. His gaze was cold and fierce. Fong Ping's slash still had some effect on him. However, it did not affect him much. Fong Ping entered his origin world and was still not a match for him. He injured the enemy 800 times and himself 1,000 times. The recoil that Fong Ping suffered was even greater. However, in this way, it also delayed his pursuit. Further behind, Sky Sword and the others were just about to catch up when Protector, Wind Cloud, and the others stepped on the Midair one after another, looking at the 9 saints. The cat rode on the Cicad deer, pressing down on the Cicad deer a little. It swaggered and said, "Don't chase. Just stay here. What's wrong with the 9 saints? I'll stab you to death. Just stay here, do you hear me?" The cat was very arrogant. "I've made a killing this time. I've got a lot of backers. My backer is full. Look, the big dog is out, the cat captain is out, the fake human emperor is a heavenly king, the liar has the combat strength of a saint, and now I want to invest in Li Changsheng. I've even given away the Sky Destroyer sword. Isn't this rich? Yes, and the frying pan is here too." The cat was getting more and more arrogant. Arrogant. As for the Fengtian clan that came now, what does it have to do with me? The 9 saints looked unfriendly. The cat didn't care at all and shouted, "Squat! No, just stand." As the cat spoke, it shouted, "Don't stare at the cat. Those who stare at the cat are all dead. If you dare to hit me, the big dog will be back soon. The frying pan old man's real body will also appear." At this moment, Wu Quishan and the others seemed to have gotten to know the cat. This cat was different from before. The first time he saw old Zhang, he was so scared that he ran away quickly. Why was he so arrogant now? The cat was proud. Of course it was different. The first time he came out of the mountain, there was only Gong Juanzi, an old man, and he was only at the emperor stage. There were too many experts in the 3 realms, so of course he had to keep a low profile. Now, this cat has a backer. If it was one cat against 9 saints, it would run away. But now, weren't there still many saint-rank experts here? This cat isn't afraid. Don't you know that cats rely on their power? The God Creation envoy was speechless. He glanced at the cat. "This cat is here again. Can you stop it? Do you really think these people won't go crazy?" The 9 sages were not weak. On his side, the God Creation envoy was still a little solemn. Heaven Reverse was out. Heavenly King's combat strength. Feng had not appeared yet. Feng might not make a move easily, but he had to be on guard. He was still trapped in the small world. If he made a move, some things would be more troublesome. Now, he could only hope that Feng would not make a move. Otherwise, Fong Ping might not be able to escape Feng's pursuit. That was the ancient heavenly king. Not only was he an ancient heavenly king, but he was also a powerhouse among the heavenly kings back then. No matter what his character was like, he was powerful. No matter how strong Fong Ping's origin was, if he was sealed, he would definitely be sealed. That was for sure. The God Creation envoy did not even need to guess. Fong Ping's mentality had reached more than 50,000 hertz before talking about facing Feng. No, there was no need to seal. If Feng punched him, Fong Ping would explode and be smashed into pieces. The sky sealing lineage did not just know how to seal. "I hope I can deter this guy," the God Creation envoy sighed in his heart. It was a pity that it was not time for him to come out of seclusion. Otherwise, he might not be afraid of Feng. At this moment, the Battle King was getting closer and closer. "Hand over the longevity sword." A cold, indifferent voice rang. The God Creation envoy looked in that direction and said coldly, "Let Feng come personally. You are not qualified yet." The ancient times have passed. The Battle King looked very young and looked like a scholar. He had his hands behind his back and his head was suspended in the world as he looked at the God Creation envoy. Ancient times. It has already become a thing of the past. No matter how famous the God Creation envoy is, he will not be able to scare this king. The God Creation envoy's eyes shot out golden light. At this moment, the golden light pierced through thousands of miles. At this moment, the God Creation envoys appeared from all directions. Divine saber, divine sword, divine axe, divine spear, divine bow, divine rod. Dozens of clones appeared, all of them erupting with a powerful aura. The Battle King's eyes were cold and sharp. His gaze was also very vicious as he said coldly, as expected of the distinguished guests of the 9 emperors, 18 clones, 18 semi-divine weapons, very good. However, the clone is just a clone. This king is making a move. 18 clones. How many people can survive? The God Creation Envoy's eyes were a little unfriendly as he said, coldly, "Are you sure you want to provoke this old man?" At this moment, the Avatar's body grew larger and larger. In the air a crack appeared, as if a small world was about to descend. The God Creation Envoy's eyes became colder and colder. Scram. Otherwise, a heavenly king will definitely fall today. The Battle King's expression changed slightly. Main body. This old fellow's main body was really here. At the same time in the distance, someone laughed and said, "Blacksmith, why bother?" A group of juniors playing around. Is there a need to be angry? There was no one, only a voice. The God Creation Envoy sneered. The small world in the sky dissipated and said playfully, "Foam! Don't play this game with this old man. It's fine if you don't provoke this old man. But if you dare to challenge this old man again, this old man will get 18 divine weapon clones and play with you. Blacksmith, there are so many divine weapons. Give me a few? If you have the ability, then come and take it. I'm just afraid that you don't have the life to do so." Ha ha ha! In the distance, a hearty laughter could be heard. In the next moment, he no longer cared about the God Creation Envoy and laughed. "Do Tian don't care about this blacksmith. Go and kill Fong Ping, human king. He has some ability, but killing my sex people, it's a little too much." Yes, the Battle King no longer cared about the God Creation Envoy and the others. He stepped on the air and chased into the distance. At this time, the God Creation Envoy regained his composure. He sneered and muttered, "You're still provoking me. I've given you face." Just as he finished speaking, his body stiffened. A cat was pawing at his thigh pitifully, its face full of anticipation. 18 semi-divine weapons. 18 divine weapons. This was what the Walk said himself. There were so many clones. Moreover, it was not a simple clone, but the kind that had fused with semi-divine weapons. Maybe there really were 18 divine weapons. The God Creation Envoy cursed in his heart. "I'm just bragging, okay? How could there be 18 divine weapons? These 18 semi-divine weapons are my life savings. I have a great use for them. Why are you grabbing my leg?" The one who beat the pot, the God Creation Envoy's face turned even darker. "Who beat the pot? It's fine if you're a blacksmith, but you're even beating the pot. Am I beating the pot for you? Do you believe that I won't beat the pot and stew this fat cat of yours? Divine weapon. Pot." The God Creation Envoy did not bat an eyelid. He kicked his leg, wanting to get rid of the cat, but the cat was holding on tightly. He could not kick it away for a while. This time, the God Creation Envoy did not care about it anymore. He did not say anything and walked towards Fong Ping and the others. When the others saw this, their eyes moved slightly and they also chased after him. The God Creation Envoy was very powerful. It seemed like he was about to descend with his true body just now. In the end, Heavenly King Fong, who was far away, felt threatened. He felt that Do Tian was not his match and chose to avoid it. However, everyone could also see that these top powerhouses seemed to be a little afraid of something. The God Creation Envoy's true body did not appear, and Heavenly King Fong did not appear either. Everyone had a tacit understanding and did not make a move. Since that was the case, although the 9 saints of the catacombs were afraid, they did not leave at this moment. They wanted to see Fong Ping's fate. Fong Ping was not even a match for the Overlord, let alone a heavenly king. This time, if he was not careful, Fong Ping would die. As for the God Creation Envoy, he might not make a move. Even if he made a move, Heavenly King Fong might also make a move to stop him. Everyone was even looking forward to it. It would be best if they fought. These 2 powerhouses were both old antiques. One was one of the 4 ancient envoys, and the other was the chief of the ancient Extreme Path lineage. They were both very terrifying. It would be a good thing for such a character to die in a fight. In front, Fong Ping walked in the air. From time to time he would counterattack. Saber/Dao. The consumption of wealth was very large. However, Fong Ping did not care. With 3 holy weapons in hand, he was out of danger. Naturally, there would be wealth in his account. If one slash did not have any effect, dozens of slashes, hundreds of slashes, there would be an effect in the end. Behind, the overlord was already feeling the pressure. Fong Ping had slashed him dozens of times, a little damage at a time. After dozens of times, the origin of Dao was also a little turbulent. Although Fong Ping himself was also injured, this guy's origin of Qi was consumed, desperately healing his injuries. He was actually vaguely fighting against him. Fong Ping, can you run away? Behind, the Heavenly King's aura was already approaching. The Overlord's voice was cold. Fong Ping could not run away. Eldest senior brother came and directly sealed the other party. Fong Ping's combat strength would drop instantly. He would definitely die. Run. Fong Ping sneered. Continue chasing. In the end, I'll make you suffer. I've ambushed Tengu and Sherpa in front. I'll kill you bunch of trash. Do you think I'll be deceived? The Overlord sneered. Tengu and Sherpa have already gone to the Sky Cemetery. I know better than you. That place is their battlefield. Moreover, even if they were there, they would have appeared long ago. Why would they wait until now? The Sky Sealing clan is not afraid of them. Who doesn't know how to brag? Brag? The Overlord sneered. Behind, Battle King also said coldly, Frog at the bottom of a well. In ancient times, Sherpa and the others were also very respectful when they met Master. When Tengu met Master, he also ran away with his tail between his legs. Even if they come, what can they do? The Sky Sealing King was very strong. This was an undeniable fact. The Tengu and Sherpa of that period were definitely no match for him. In addition, he was the chief of the Extreme Dao. That was even more different. Even if the Weapon Master, 3 messengers met him, they would also be of the same generation. They would never think that they were superior to him. Before the 9 emperors achieved Dao, the Sky Sealing King was also an influential figure of that era. The Sky Sealing King's speed was extremely fast. At this moment, Battle King was already getting closer and closer. Not only that, a part of the world was suspended in the air. Its speed was even faster, spreading toward Fong Ping. This was his origin world. Once it was suppressed, Fong Ping would definitely not be able to avoid it. His origin was very likely to be suppressed. Fong Ping did not make a sound. His speed was extremely fast, escaping. Danger. He felt the danger. He was definitely not this Battle King's opponent. Even if his words were ruthless, the truth was the truth. The Overlord might not be able to kill him, but Battle King could definitely kill him. Even his origin was in danger. He might not be able to avoid this person's seal. Once he was sealed, without the enhancement of the origin, the current Fong Ping's basic vitality was less than 2 million calories. There was a chance that even an emperor level could kill him. Fong Ping's gaze was solemn. He quickly called out in his mind, Big Cat, hurry! Quickly inform old Zhang and the others. Hurry, help me. If he could not reach the Sky Cemetery before Battle King arrived, no one would help him. Even if he reached the fake Sky Cemetery, it would be extremely dangerous. In his mind, the old cat said bitterly, What should I say? Just say that a big one was sent over. Maybe a small one will come along, right? It might come with an even bigger one. Oh, then I'll go and tell them. You be careful. That Fong is very strong. I think Big Blackface mentioned before that Fong is actually more suitable to walk the extreme path of spiritual consciousness. It's just that he's too ambitious. He wants everything, so he's not focused. Fong Ping's heart trembled slightly. Was that how Heaven Extermination evaluated Fong? Because he was not focused, He could not become one of the extreme path, venerable emperors. Feng's ambition was too big. He wanted to gather the advantages of the 4 emperors and become the strongest. Otherwise, this person might be more suitable to walk the extreme path mentality than heaven extermination. Fang Ping had a realization in his heart. This lineage was really strong in Feng. Fang Ping's speed was even faster. He did not know if the God Creation Envoy could intimidate Feng. Once Feng made a move, he would be in big trouble. Was Heaven Extermination King a match for Feng? Once this guy was lured into the fake sky cemetery, would it bring them big trouble? There was no other way. Fang Ping was helpless. You guys bear with me. I have no other way. Otherwise, I'll do it myself. At the same time, Spirit Emperor Dojo. Zhang Tao's heart was beating fast as he muttered, "Oldly, my bad feeling is getting stronger." Heaven Extermination King frowned and said, "Maybe there's trouble coming." After thinking for a while, Heaven Extermination King frowned and said, "Where did the trouble come from this time? Heavenly Hound? The guy who fed the cat? The few beginners? Or the 9 emperors and 4 emperors are going to revive?" Shaking his head, Heaven Extermination King was helpless. What was going on? Wasn't the great world not opened yet? It would still take some time for the Sky Man realm wall to shatter. Why did he feel that there was a problem now? Who the F*CK was born. The blacksmith broke the earth and ran away. Something happened in the Sky Cemetery. Other than them, who else? Heaven Extermination King thought for a long time and suddenly said, "Don't tell me it's that guy. Who?" When Zhang Tao heard the last sentence, he could not help but ask. Heaven Extermination King snorted and said, "You wouldn't know him even if I told you. A shameless person, a traitor of beginners, a disgrace to the powerhouses, more shameless than you. Get lost." Heaven Extermination King said gloomily, "How can I be the same as him?" He was born under the leader of the beginners, a supreme beginners, a supreme powerhouse who had proven his Tao with mental energy. He was the inheritor of that bloodline, the only inheritor. Later, there was a great Tao battle between the beginners and the source. When this guy saw that the situation was not right, he turned around and joined the 4 emperors who had just proven their Tao. His master was almost angered to death. He was originally prepared to clean up the sect, but in a battle, this guy was killed by that woman, Spirit Emperor. This time, that traitor got off easy. Who? Feng. Heaven Extermination King said disdainfully, "I'm not shameless. Shamelessness is only towards the enemy. He's shameless towards his own people. However, he has some ability. He's very sharp and runs faster than anyone, but he hasn't appeared for many years. Is he dead?" Heaven Extermination King was not sure. Zhang Tao asked curiously, "You weren't his match back then?" Heaven Extermination King said unhappily, "I haven't fought him before." What was his strength back then? Broken 7, I think. I didn't pay much attention. That guy usually doesn't attack when he encounters powerhouses, so I don't know much about him. Old Zhang understood. He was indeed very strong. He had broken 7 back then. This was a realm that even the 3 envoys might not have back then. The 3 envoys seemed to have broken 7. Whether it was specifically or not, he did not fight back then, so he was not too sure. Now, it was definitely broken 7. Before the Sea Extermination Envoy, he had broken 7. Old Zhang did not care about who was resurrected. He still felt strange. Who was resurrected? Did it have anything to do with him? As he was thinking, his expression changed. What a familiar feeling. Just a few days ago, his source trembled and he saw a cat. Now, could it be the same? In the next moment, Old Zhang appeared in the source world. On the large source planet, Old Zhang opened his eyes and looked at the dark void. In the distant starry sky, a big fat cat was already tired and wanted to sleep. It muttered nonstop, cursing Fang Ping countless times. Soon, it flew near Old Zhang's source planet again. Fake Emperor. This time, before Zhang Tao could reply, Another person appeared in the next moment. Heaven Extermination King. The distance was too close. He also felt it. At this moment, his figure appeared in the source universe. Seeing that both of them were here, the cat was also happy. It saved him trouble. "Who's that?" "I'll make it short," panting, the cat said. "The big liar is here to give you benefits." He said that the benefits last time were too little. This time, he's giving you a big one and a small one. Oh, there might be an even bigger one. Having said that, the cat turned around and ran. "Cat," old Zhang's voice was shrill. "Big? How big?" "The small one last time. Was it AF** King Small? A heavenly king, a saint. This time he wanted to give a big one. Forget it, there might be an even bigger one. I know where the bad feeling is coming from. Fang Ping. Bastard." Old Zhang was about to explode. What was this guy doing in the outside world? Why did the heavenly kings and saints come here as if they were free? Heaven Extermination King's expression also changed. He said hurriedly, "Who are you sending in?" "You'll know when you see it. The big one might not come. The slightly bigger one hasn't broken 7 yet." "It's okay," the cat was calm. "Anyway, you guys will fight, not me. It hasn't broken 7 yet. It's okay. You guys can beat it." "Who is it?" The cat had already run far away. "I won't tell you. If I tell you, you guys will know that the scammers might send a super big one. You'll be furious. It's for your own good. Anyway, it was the same whether I said it or not. I already said it was a big one. I should be prepared." It ran fast. Old Zhang and Heaven Extermination returned in an instant. In the next moment, both of them looked at each other. Heaven Extermination cursed. "There might be a powerhouse who has broken 8. Damn it, the small one is already broken 6. The super big one might very well break 8. Mother ****, Fang Ping is crazy. Did this guy raid a powerhouse's lair outside?" Old Zhang was furious too. "I've only broken 6. Just broken 6. You think too highly of me. It's not easy for me to be here. If not for Hong Yu, I'd still be being hunted. Fang Ping, this bastard, always sending him meat. What was the meaning of this? Oldly, I'm counting on you. The super big one is coming. You deal with it. I'll deal with the big one. The small one. What's the small one's strength?" Heaven Extermination's gaze was unfriendly. Needless to say, anything lower than a saint's strength was not a joke. Fang Ping, this guy was really something. I've been outside for 8,000 years and have never provoked a powerhouse who broke 8. This is killing me. Both of them looked at each other. Without another word, they flew toward the entrance and broke through the air. This fake heavenly grave was getting more and more lively. At the same time, Hong Yu shouted hurriedly, "Heaven Extermination and Martial King have gone to the entrance. Don't chase after them. They're definitely going to run. You guys go after them. I'm not Hong Yu. They're leaving." Behind them, many Heavenly King powerhouses frowned. What were Martial King and Heaven Extermination up to now? "I don't care about you guys. Are you guys really going to run?" At this time, no one was allowed to go out. In the crowd, the Demon Emperor took deep breaths. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Next, this place would be in chaos. The world would be in chaos. Maybe I should find a place to hide and leave this place. Chapter 1182. In the fake sky grave, before Fang Ping arrived, he had already caused a commotion. Outside the fake sky grave, Fang Ping's expression was solemn as he continued to flee. Behind him, fighting Heavenly King rushed over swiftly. As he flew, he said, "Fang Ping, surrender. Otherwise, the billions of lives of your human race will be in danger. Just kill him." Fang Ping's voice was icy cold. "It's good to kill him. Everyone knows that the powerhouses of the human race fight for the human race and are restricted by the earth. Destroy the human race, and the powerful ones will not die. That's good. Let's see how the Heaven Sealing clan is going to deal with a bunch of crazy powerful humans." Fang Ping did not say that he did not care about humans, but he was threatening the other party instead. Just destroy them. Today, you destroyed the humankind. Tomorrow, you will face a group of crazy and hysterical human beings. Now, suppressing Heavenly King, Martial King, so many paragons, including people like Fang Ping. Why didn't he avoid the battle? Instead, he took the initiative to fight? Was there a need for King Wu and the others to fight in the fake heavenly grave? There was no need. However, in order for the human race to have better development, in order to entangle those experts, and to give the others time to grow stronger, they were all willing to be trapped. Fang Ping was the same. With his ability to conceal his aura and hide in the dark, even a heavenly king would not dare to provoke him. If there were no humans, would the Catacombs 9 saints dare to oppose Fang Ping? It was only because they knew the humans were there that they had the chance to kill Fang Ping. Without the humans, Fang Ping would have run away long ago. Do Wang said coldly, "Are you trying to intimidate me? What can you do if you destroy the human race?" "Just go." Fang Ping sneered. "You really think I don't know? Those fellows hiding in the dark all have their own plans, and the human tribe is the crux of it all. Do you take me for a fool to destroy the human tribe? If you make a move, your entire heaven-sealing bloodline will be annihilated. Even that old turtle will be killed. If you don't believe me, why don't you give it a try?" The Do King's face was icy cold. Some things had really hit the nail on the head. Even so, the fighting king was still somewhat annoyed. Fang Ping was mocking him. The heavenly king, Do, snorted. His eyes were cold. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at Wu Quishan. Yes, he did not dare to destroy the human race. However, killing a few was not a problem. Since Fang Ping was mocking him, he would kill some human powerhouses to show him. Wu Quishan was just about to explode with power when, in the next moment, a tiny door appeared in front of him. Wu Quishan's expression flickered as a tiny door appeared in front of him. With a loud bang, Wu Quishan staggered and almost fell. Just as he was about to explode, he suddenly lost control of his strength. He, who was originally in the hopeless despair realm, suddenly lost control of his strength and instantly fell from the hopeless despair realm. Wu Quishan's basic vitality was only more than 200,000 calories. Even if his peak vitality essence was twice that of a rank 9, it was only comparable to a rank 9's about 500,000 calories. More than 500,000 calories against a heavenly king powerhouse. More than 5 million calories. It was an absolute instant kill. At this moment, the terror of the Fengtian bloodline was on full display. Against someone like Wu Quishan, it was too easy for them to kill him. Even without the seal, Wu Quishan was not a match for a heavenly king. But now, it was even easier to kill him. Break! Wu Quishan roared angrily. His origin shook, but he was unable to break through the seal. He was too weak. At the very least, compared to a heavenly king, he was really too weak. He couldn't even break the seal. At this moment, beside him, a shocking sword gleam rose. Old Manly, who had just recovered slightly, growled and slashed with his sword. The sky-high giant hand covered, but in the blink of an eye, a hole was pierced through. Humph! On the other side, Super God King snorted softly. Longevity Sword. Longevity Sword, who had killed Annihilation, was not weak. He might already have Emperor-level strength. After all, it was just a casual attack. The giant hand covered, but this time it was broken by Longevity Sword. In the next moment, the giant hand solidified. This time it was not only targeted at Wu Quishan, but also the Longevity Sword. Rumble. The void shattered. Fifth heaven was broken. It was a piece of cake. He wanted to kill Longevity Sword in a second. Old Man Li's expression was solemn. With a roar, he soared into the sky and slashed again. Lifeless sword. Although this slash could not break fifth heaven, it was aimed at one point with only one force. With a squelch, it pierced through the giant hand. Old Man Li broke through the giant hand directly, his face pale. Heavenly King. This was the super god. He was a powerhouse with emperor-level combat strength. Facing the other party's casual attack, he could only face it with difficulty. This was because his origin would not be sealed. Ordinary emperor level, when encountering the Super God King, would almost certainly die if they were to be sealed twice. After his palm was broken by Li Chongqing twice in a row, the Super God King's expression was slightly gloomy. Although it was only when he was chasing Fang Ping and wanted to kill these humans, it was embarrassing enough to have his moves broken consecutively. This time, the Super God King's expression darkened. His giant hand turned and solidified again, instantly grabbing toward the longevity sword in the sky. This time, Li Chongsheng had nowhere to run. At this moment, the God Creation envoy seemed to be spewing fire from his nose. He gritted his teeth and said, "Not giving face? I said I'll protect this guy, and he still dares to attack consecutively." As soon as he finished speaking, between heaven and earth, 18 clones appeared instantly. Unity. In the blink of an eye, everyone seemed to have seen something. They saw the 18 weapons instantly fusing and turning into a new weapon. In the blink of an eye, they gathered into a human figure. God Creation envoy, get lost. The 18 clones merged into one. The newly appeared God Creation envoy had a powerful aura. It felt like he had not reached the Heavenly King stage, but he punched out. The void was unbreakable. The energy did not dissipate. The control of his strength was so high that it was terrifying. As the most outstanding god of weaponry in tens of thousands of years, the God Creation envoy had extremely high requirements for his control of strength when forging weapons. Otherwise, if he was not careful, a divine weapon might be destroyed. Jiang Hao had once said that the God Creation envoy's control of strength had reached 100%. Even from the ancient times until now, there were not many people who could do this. Even if he was an emperor, it did not mean that he could control his strength to this extent. After the fusion, the clone did not reach the Heavenly King stage, but the top-notch saint stage. However, this punch was light as a feather, as if there was no movement at all. However, it caused the saints behind him to be incomparably terrified. It had even vaguely reached the point of breaking 6. That was the Heavenly King's domain. A Heavenly King powerhouse did not mean that his strength was only at the point of breaking 6. Breaking 6 was the strength that he could unleash. Only by unleashing the strength of breaking 6 was he a Heavenly King. Even if your maximum chi and blood reached 7 million calories, your control over your strength was so low that you were unable to break 6. Then you were not a Heavenly King. The limit of the God Creation envoy's avatar had obviously not reached the point of breaking 6, but at this moment it had vaguely released the might of breaking 6. This punch passed through the giant palm and directly smashed it into pieces, leaving not a single trace behind. In the distance, the Battle King's body trembled slightly. This was not all. The God Creation envoy directly broke through the air and appeared above his head in an instant. It appeared above the small world that he was hanging in the sky and punched out. The world trembled, as if the end of the world had arrived. Uft! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from the Battle King's mouth. His origin trembled and his power dissipated. The God Creation envoy's expression was also ugly. He punched out once again, straight towards his head. How dare you? If I don't make a move, who dares to treat me as if I don't exist? This Do Tian was just a dog that had been sealed, yet he dared to compete with him. Give him face. Feng Yuan. The Battle King roared. Countless doors appeared on his body and rushed straight towards the God Creation envoy. Not only that, a long blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the God Creation envoy, shattering the void and breaking the 6th heaven. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A fist, a blade, collided with each other. The God Creation envoy's figure dissipated, revealing a new weapon. It was like a ball spinning in the air. As for the Battle King, his arm immediately exploded, spreading towards his entire body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sounds of explosions continued. However, the Battle King's eyes were ice cold. He did not care, and countless doors instantly fused into the ball. Idiot! At this moment, the God Creation Envoy's voice came out, and he snorted coldly. Who is he? God Creation Envoy. The source of the Avatar was his own source. A heavenly king who had just broken through to the 6th level actually dared to seal his own source. What was this called? This was courting death. Right at this moment, the Battle King's head suddenly exploded. In the air, the doors that were wrapped around the ball shattered one after another. Backlash. The God Creation Envoy directly shattered his seal. The ball instantly transformed into a human form and punched out once again. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The Battle King's chest was pierced through, his head shattered, and his broken body flew out. Very quickly, his broken body began to recover, but the chest that had been pierced through was still difficult to recover. The God Creation Envoy did not chase after him. He stood proudly in the air and looked at him coldly. Heavenly King? For a new heavenly king like you, this old man's clone can kill you. You dare to challenge this old man. Tyrannical, the tyranny of the strong. His main body did not even come out, but a clone had destroyed the Battle King's golden body. At this moment, the surroundings were silent. This was probably the strongest doppelganger that had ever existed since the beginning of time. No one's clone could be this strong. It might be possible for a king, but it was still unclear what happened to the Earth Emperor's clone back then. However, the other Heavenly King stage powerhouses were as strong as King Kuin, and their clones only had the strength of a saint. As for the God Creation Envoy, his clone had defeated the golden body of a heavenly king. This was the power of a weapon-forging master who had created the path of cloning. The fusion of 18 semi-god equipment was already powerful to begin with, and adding on the fact that his control over his power was extremely high, a peak saint had actually defeated the heavenly king's golden body. At this moment, the Battle King had already recovered. His face was slightly pale and his eyes were gloomy. He looked at the God Creation Envoy, and after a long while he said coldly, "He is very strong, but how long can the God Creation Envoy fight for?" Very strong, far stronger than he had expected. However, a clone was only a clone after all. The power of the clone came from his own body, from the reserves of his weapon, and not from the world. In a short period of time, he could unleash a powerful force, but after a long period of time, the strength of the clone would be greatly weakened. The God Creation Envoy did not think much of it and sneered, "You want to try? It's just storing energy. Do you think this old man doesn't even have such a divine tool? Don't forget, the sun in the sky was created by this old man, idiot. That was the source of energy. That thing had limitless energy. Was it difficult for him, the God Creation Envoy, to create a replica?" When these words were spoken, the Battle King's expression turned ugly once again. He had truly underestimated these ancient experts. He had almost forgotten that the God Creation Envoy had created the immortal origin, the strongest divine tool of the ancient times. At this moment, a weak wave of spirit force broke through the air. The spirit force fluctuated, and a voice came out, its tone carrying a smile. "Blacksmith, your temper is still so big. Dotien, go find the human king." "Blacksmith, don't tell me you want to protect even the human king?" The God Creation Envoy coldly snorted. "The human king must fight. There is no need for this old man to protect him. On the other hand, if your bloodline dares to provoke this old man again, foam. Don't blame this old man for settling the score with you." "Why are you so angry?" Feng's tone was still smiling. "The longevity sword. It should be a little different. Blacksmith, if you want to protect this kind of person, it will be very easy for you to attract trouble. Even if you really break through to the 8th strongest, if you interfere at this time, it will be easy for you to make a mistake." The God Creation Envoy sneered and said indifferently, "So what? Furthermore, it's not your turn to threaten this old man. Blacksmith, don't try to be brave. Your original body is locked in the void. Do you really dare to break through and fight? Feng was still smiling. Longevity sword, forget about it this time. If you participate in the matter of the human king again, then I can only spar with you. The god creation envoy did not dodge at all. He was extremely domineering. Would I be afraid of you? What a joke. If I want to interfere, then so be it. If I don't want to interfere, then so be it. If you dare to threaten me again, then I will make your bloodline end today. You're still so hot-tempered. Feng seemed to never be angry. He continued to smile. The human race, especially the rising human race of this generation. I am not the only one who is against them. Even if all of you, in the end, will you really continue to support them? Feng's voice was a little louder. Fang Ping, who was fleeing in the distance, heard Feng's laughter. The human race, the main character of this generation. It is also the main character of the world for tens of thousands of years after the beginning of martial arts. And the powerhouses of this generation of the human race are the seeds. The hope, the opportunity, the miraculous elixir, the shortcut to invincibility. Fang Ping, the people who support you today might not really support you. The people who want to kill you today might not want to kill you. Sometimes things are so ridiculous. Feng's tone was still smiling. Fang Ping, there are some things that people of your generation will not understand. Is a blacksmith a good person? Ha ha ha. A burst of hearty laughter rang, and very soon the sound dissipated. At this moment, Fang Ping snorted coldly and said mockingly, "Do you think I care? Helping the human race powerhouses today, no matter what the future holds. Helping the human race today means that you are the benefactor of the human race. Falling out in the future is also a matter of the future. People like you, no matter how strong you are still trash. You think that you can't kill me today, so you buried a prelude in advance. What do you want me to do? It seems that you look down on your disciple. A heavenly king and a top-notch saint are not even confident in taking me down. You are indeed a bunch of trash." Fang Ping was sarcastic and ridiculing. However, Feng did not say anything again. Fang Ping did not continue to provoke him. It was enough. If he really attracted this guy, it would be very troublesome. Did he not see that the God creation envoy's avatar was so strong he was also a little afraid? The golden body of the heavenly king was defeated by the God creation envoy, and the distance between him and Fang Ping had widened. At this moment, Fang Ping was also a little more relaxed. Following the overlord behind, he laughed and said, "Big Bear, your speed is not good enough." The overlord's expression did not look good. He snorted coldly and sped up a lot. Behind him, the heavenly king did not continue to speak this time. He avoided the God creation envoy and did not attack Old Man Li and the others anymore. He chased after Fang Ping. The God creation envoy stood proudly in the void, his face indifferent. If a cat did not climb onto his thigh again, the God creation envoy felt that this scene should be remembered in history. His avatar had defeated the heavenly king's golden body. This was a big event. Unfortunately, with a fat cat lying on his thigh and grabbing his leg, the God creation envoy felt that there was no need to be remembered by others. "The one who hit the pot, you are so powerful." The cat seemed to be flattering him as it said happily, "These 18 semi-divine weapons look like a pot when combined." The God creation envoy was speechless. "What were you trying to say? Why don't you give it to me? I haven't eaten for a long time the chipped pot." The God creation envoy shook his thigh and cursed in his heart. "I knew you were going to do this." At this time, Old Man Li Wu Quishan and the others rushed over. Wu Quishan looked grateful and said, "Thank you for your help, Senior." If not for the God creation envoy, he would have been in big trouble today. The heavenly king was really strong. At least at that time, Feng Yun and the other saints had solemn expressions and did not dare to make a move easily. Once their origin was sealed, even if they had a lot of people, they would still have a slim chance of survival against the heavenly king. The God creation envoy did not say anything. He frowned slightly and looked at Fang Ping, who was escaping into the distance. After thinking for a while, he said, "You guys are not Feng's target. His disciples' target is Fang Ping and Li Changsheng. I will take Li Changsheng away." Fang Ping's identity as a human king is destined to experience countless twists and turns. This old man cannot interfere on his own. The God creation envoy looked at Wu Quishan, then looked at the silent old man Li and said slowly, "This is a great world. The human race has become the center of the storm and is destined to be plagued with disasters." Fang Ping had become a human king and was also destined to face some difficulties and dangers. The more outstanding the human race was, the more dangerous it was. Actually, he was right. This is only the beginning. In the end, even I, even the heavenly king, I might not always stand with the humans. The God creation envoy did not avoid anything and sighed softly. The world of great competition. Everyone is fighting for life, fighting to cross. After being silent for so many years, we're not willing to become the supporting characters of the times, to become insignificant figures, and gradually die of old age in the dark void. The God creation envoy's voice was faint. However, as Fang Ping said at this moment, this old man did not cause any harm to the humans. Right now, your enemy will not be this old man. Let's talk about the future in the future. In these three realms, we can only rely on ourselves. External forces are always external forces, even if it's this big fat cat. It also has its own pursuit. The God creation envoy kicked the ash cat. The ash cat had a bitter look on its face. Why did it kick the cat? The God creation envoy smiled and said lightly, "If the fat cat wants to be fatter, sleep well, and eat well, it will more or less put in some effort, but don't always count on it. No matter how strong its combat strength is, it will really fight to the death for the human race." The ash cat said resentfully, "I'm just a cat, I don't fight." The God creation envoy sneered, rubbed its big head, and said with emotion, "Then continue to be a good cat. Don't cause trouble. Your situation is not any better than Fang Ping's. Be careful." The ash cat hugged his thigh and did not reply. Wu Quishan hurriedly said, "Senior, you mean?" The God creation envoy's eyes were deep, and he muttered, "Who can avoid the world of great competition?" The ash cat. Kill the ash cat. Maybe it's the end of the origin Tao and the opening of a new Tao. The God creation envoy lowered his head, looked at the ash cat, and said sadly, "Fat cat, you're dead." Maybe it's the end of this world, the end of the origin, and the beginning of the next era. The ash cat muttered a few words, but no one heard it clearly. Wu Quishan's expression changed. Old man Li glanced at the ash cat and said in a deep voice, "The ash cat has helped us humans many times. The human race will never sit back and do nothing. Whether it's Fang Ping or Minister Zhang, they will do their best and will never forget their kindness. You guys are still too weak." The God creation envoy sighed and said self-deprecatingly, "Some things are more complicated than you think. I've already sensed something. Some people are probably coming out of seclusion. The battle from 30,000 years ago has not ended yet, and is still continuing." At this moment, everyone's expression changed. The battle of the great Tao. 30,000 years ago, the battle between the origin and the beginner martial Tao had not ended yet. The God creation envoy strolled through the void, saying as he walked, "Beginner martial, origin, new great Tao. In the future, blood is destined to flow like a river. Those who have passed away will return. In this life, victory and defeat will be decided. In the path of cultivation, which Tao is true and which Tao is false." The God creation envoy seemed to know a lot of things, and the more he spoke, the more complicated his tone became. The ash cat let go of his thigh and jumped onto the cicadere. It was in a low mood and muttered, "Fighting every day, fighting every day. I've lost a lot of delicious food." The God creation envoy laughed and ignored it. Ash cat, the key point of the Tao of origin. The future was also full of calamities and misfortunes. The heavenly hound and the cat guardian captain probably wanted to solve some problems in advance when they went to the heavenly tomb. Otherwise, the Ash Cat would have been here, and these people would not have left in advance. Some dangers were still in the depths. Although the Three Realms was dangerous, it was much easier than the dangers in the dark. If they didn't die, no one would rashly touch the Ash Cat. He was afraid that these people would be trapped in the heavenly tomb. At that time, the Ash Cat situation would become more and more dangerous. Cat, you think you're a cat, but you're not. The God Creation envoy had a complicated look in his eyes. Back then, he had failed in the beginner martial arts. This time, he would definitely be more prepared. Some of the powerhouses in the Origin might not protect you. The Origin and the beginner martial arts were inseparable. How many powerhouses in the Origin were also powerhouses in the beginner martial arts era? Did they really think that the Origin was good? Only the 9 emperors and 4 emperors were powerful in the Origin. The status of the others might not be much higher than before. Without the Origin, returning to the beginner martial arts was something that some of the powerhouses in the Origin were considering. The God Creation envoy strolled through the void and stopped talking. In front, Fong Ping turned around and fought with the Overlord for a while, then quickly escaped. The Battle King chased after him again. Wu Quishan and the others watched helplessly as Fong Ping was being hunted down. Their expressions were shockingly complicated. The human king was being hunted. The human race could only watch helplessly. They still had to rely on the God Creation envoy. Otherwise, they would only be a burden to Fong Ping. After all, the God Creation envoy was not a neo-martial artist. He did not go all out to protect Fong Ping. Could Fong Ping successfully escape to the fake heavenly tomb? At this moment in the crowd, Zhang Hao sighed and said softly, "Some things he can only rely on himself. Overlord, let me do it." As soon as he finished speaking, his body broke through the air and quickly chased after him. He could only deal with the Overlord, but he might not be a match for him. The Battle King, the current him, was far from being a match for him. Once he was sealed, he would be killed in the blink of an eye when he recovered his peak combat strength. Chapter 1183. Danger descended upon them once again. The Battle King no longer cared about the God-crafting envoys and the others. At this moment, his speed was extremely fast, and very quickly he arrived behind Fong Ping. The shattered small world reappeared. Suppress! The Battle King, who had just suffered a loss at the hands of the God-crafting envoy, was also furious. The God-crafting envoy had even destroyed his golden body, so he was definitely no match for this old antique. At this moment, he could only vent his anger on Fong Ping. When the small world descended, Fong Ping was slightly at the edge. At this moment, a strange origin chi gushed into Fong Ping's source world. It belonged to an invader. This origin chi turned into a door, as if it wanted to block the great Tao. However, Fong Ping's path was too broad. There did not seem to be enough Genesis chi. It formed a door that was more than 10 meters tall and 5 to 6 meters wide, blocking the main road. However, Fong Ping's main road was so wide that it did not have much effect on it. Behind them, the Do Wang frowned slightly. He found it strange. Up ahead, Fong Ping's gaze was peculiar. Was it sealed like this? I know. He finally understood how the sky-sealing progeny sealed their origin source. It formed a gate, blocking the entrance of the great Tao, not allowing the source energy to permeate and amplify it. In an ordinary impasse realm, the main road was only 5 or 6 meters wide. Of course, there were people who would be a little wider. However, Fong Ping was clearly not one of them. What was a few meters wide door sealing a path that was thousands of meters wide? Fong Ping was speechless. To think that he had worried for so long. So this was the seal. However, the other party was indeed powerful, directly penetrating into his origin world. This was comparable to Fong Ping's ability. Fong Ping had also broken into someone else's Tao. At this moment, Fong Ping's heart skipped a beat. This lineage's method was quite interesting. Most of the time, he was unable to sever the great Tao of others. The great Tao was too strong and sturdy. How could it be so easy to sever it? But if he were to directly enter the source and seal it, Fang Ping's heart stirred slightly. At this moment, he did not care about the seal anymore. He tilted his head and shouted, "That Doqian, can you teach me your lineage's source sealing technique?" Courting death. The Do King shouted and increased his speed. He had only brushed past Fang Ping. It was not too surprising that he could not seal Fang Ping earlier. However, Fang Ping dared to provoke him. They looked down on him. Yes, from his point of view, Fang Ping was obviously looking down on the source sealing technique, thinking that it did not seal him, so he was deliberately provoking it. Fang Ping said hurriedly, "Don't misunderstand, I'm serious. This cultivation technique is not bad. How about teaching it to me? My talent is extraordinary. I won't disgrace your cultivation method. Feng, come out and have a chat, okay? Teach me the origin sealing technique, and I'll make your lineage's cultivation technique flourish. You'll also have face, right? If I kill a few Heavenly King powerhouses, others will think, oh, isn't this the heaven sealing lineage's cultivation technique? So powerful? Stronger than an emperor-based cultivation method? At that time, who would look down on you? The people under you are too trashy. To be honest, they are a disgrace to you. Do you think these people can represent the sky-sealing progeny? Phone, teach me. I promise to make good use of it and make you look good. Bastard. The Heavenly Fighting King bellowed angrily, and the small world pressed down once again. There was a loud boom. Fang Ping's movements were slightly sluggish. In the source world, the gateway suddenly expanded and spread out, forming a powerful barrier. 10 meters wide, 20 meters wide, 100 meters wide when it had spread to a width of 100 meters, Fighting King, who was chasing from behind, saw that Fang Ping's speed was still extremely fast and was slightly taken aback. The great path was so wide. When he sealed ordinary paragons, it was extremely fast, sealing them in the blink of an eye. For example, Wu Quishan just now was considered not bad among the paragons, but he was also suppressed in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping had the combat strength of a saint. Of course, he did not underestimate Fang Ping, but he had consumed a lot of origin energy. This origin sealing technique also consumed origin energy and mentality. Ordinary emperor-level powerhouses would have been sealed by him, but now Fang Ping was still fine. Seal! The Heavenly Fighting King bellowed angrily again. He did not believe that he, a Heavenly King, could not seal Fang Ping. Fang Ping's speed was not slow now. He needed time to catch up. Right now, wherever his mentality spread, he could seal Fang Ping. This way, Fang Ping's speed would definitely decrease, and he would definitely die. In the source world, the gateway grew stronger again. 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. When it had reached a width of 500 meters, the Heavenly Fighting King could not help but want to curse. He could not see how Fang Ping's source world was, but he knew how much origin energy he had consumed. Even this did not seal successfully. How strong was this fellow's great path? There were many reasons why the seal failed. Maybe Fang Ping's great path was too wide, or maybe the source was stable and difficult to seal completely, or maybe Fang Ping himself was destroying and struggling. But no matter what, it showed that Fang Ping was very powerful in the source world. This fellow, was he really just a true god? As for Fang Ping, he breathed a sigh of relief again. I don't even bother to use the Saint Order to seal your gateway because you're too useless. Until now, you've only formed a gateway that is less than 1,000 meters wide. Seal me? My great path is nearly 10,000 meters. How are you going to seal it? You've only sealed 1/10 of the gateway, and I still have 9/10 left. There's no difference. I can still use the source if I need it. I don't even bother to destroy your gateway. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief this time. He shouted again, "You can't do it. You're too useless." Seal, are you really not going to consider teaching me? Look, a heavenly king failed to seal me a paragon. He's obviously useless. You're counting on this kind of person to fight for luck? Isn't that a joke? The heavenly fighting king was furious. Behind him, the overlord's expression was also unfriendly, but he was somewhat speechless. What was wrong with eldest senior brother? Eldest senior brother's source world had already descended and started to seal Fong Ping. Why did Fong Ping look fine? Could it be another longevity sword? But it was obviously different from the longevity sword. Whether he could use origin chi or not, it could still be seen. The great path amplification could also be sensed. Fong Ping was still using the great path amplification. This meant that he was not sealed. Seal! The heavenly king roared again. He did not believe it. He, a dignified heavenly king, could not seal a true god. Yet he still failed. At this moment, a voice came from the void, chuckling. Heavenly fighting, this is a king of man, a true god who can fight a saint. You've underestimated him. His great path is probably extremely wide. The king path, or even the emperor path. How can the great path not be wide when taking this path? This is the orthodox emperor path that the ancient emperors spoke of. Even 1,000 feet wide won't surprise me. Everyone, including the people who were chasing after them, trembled slightly. 1,000 feet wide? More than 3,000 meters? Was the great path so wide? Even a saint's great path was less than 1,000 meters wide, and this was already considered a top-notch powerhouse. Fong Ping's great path was so wide. One had to know that under normal circumstances, these people could no longer move forward when they reached the heavenly king realm. Only then would they work hard on the great path's width, accumulating it over time and slowly grinding it. How old was Fong Ping? He had only achieved Tao. Was his great path wider than a saint's? Wider than a heavenly king's? The heavenly king was shocked too. Fong Ping's heart tightened slightly. This guy was really paying attention in secret. At this moment, Fong Ping suppressed the palpitation in his heart and laughed. The heavenly king is really powerful. You even know this. How about it? Consider teaching me the cultivation technique on how to form the sealed gate. You'll definitely be famous later. Interesting. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. The heavenly king chuckled. It's actually not a loss for me to teach you a cultivation technique. However, we'll talk about it after you survive. If you survive, I'll teach you again the next time we meet. That's for sure. Fong Ping was also laughing and joking, calm and composed. The overlord definitely can't do anything to me. This heavenly king. Although he's a heavenly king, he can't seal me. If he wants to kill me, it won't be that easy. Fong Ping laughed again. I've achieved 9 refinements of golden body. My great path advances by leaps and bounds. My physique is incomparably strong. Does he have the confidence to kill me in one move? If he can't kill me, then he has no other moves. The heavenly king laughed and said slowly, Heavenly king, trap him and seal him. Don't embarrass me anymore. Although his great path is wide, he hasn't gone far after all. His strength isn't strong enough. His origin chi quality isn't high enough. He can't break through your seal. Remember, Heavenly King's seal failed a few times. It was indeed embarrassing enough. Previously, Extermination still wanted to seal Fong Ping. His mentality was higher than Fong Ping's. He could also form the sealed gate and enter Fong Ping's source world. The key was Extermination could not seal Fong Ping for sure. Even if he exhausted his origin chi, he probably could not form that gigantic gate. At this moment, Extermination was dead. Otherwise, he would also be dumbfounded. Even eldest senior brother with the strength of a heavenly king could not seal Fong Ping in an instant. If he tried to seal it, Fong Ping would probably have killed him during that gap. The heavenly king responded, his expression a little ugly. How embarrassing. As the only heavenly king who had appeared so far, he came in person but could not do anything to Fong Ping. It was simply humiliating. Crack! The void shattered. His saber slashed through 6 heavens, appearing behind Fong Ping in an instant. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. At this moment, he stopped shouting. However, in Fong Ping's source world, the gate was getting wider and wider. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, the Heavenly King, was also consuming a lot of origin chi to seal it. Now was not the time to fight for anything else, but to wash away the humiliation and prove that the heavenly sealing lineage's source sealing technique was really powerful. Previously, extermination had failed to seal the longevity sword. Now he had failed to seal Fong Ping. If this went on, outsiders might think that the source sealing technique was just SOSO. However, this Tao was truly very strong, all right? The Battle King cursed in his heart. He was truly powerful. Back then, when he fought with the chaotic Heavenly King, the two of them were at the same level. He had even sealed the chaotic Heavenly King. Even though it was only for a short period of time, the chaotic Heavenly King had still suffered at his hands. He had even sealed the main character of the chaotic era, Chaos, and that was something that happened 6,000 or 7,000 years ago. How could he not seal Fong Ping? The portal continued to expand. Fong Ping continued running with all his might. Take your time. I want to see how long it will take you to seal it. When you reach 7,000 meters, I won't be able to retaliate and let you seal me. When the others saw this, they all had strange looks in their eyes, as if they were thinking about something. The God-forging envoy was also a little surprised and asked curiously, "Just how wide is this kid's great Tao of origin?" The techniques of the sky-sealing progeny were not bad. It was not as if there were no heavenly kings who had been sealed. Even if Heaven Reverse was slightly weaker than Fong, it shouldn't be to the extent where he couldn't even seal a peerless expert. This could only mean that Fong Ping's great path was wider than he had imagined. The seal did not have much of an effect. Behind them, Wu Quishan was also shocked. Just now, the Battle King had easily sealed him with a blow from a distance. At that time, he knew that this progeny was very difficult to deal with. But now, Fong Ping was running with all his might. He did not feel any difference at all. How monstrous was this kid? At this time, the cat riding the deer got some snacks from somewhere and said, while eating, "The liar must be very strong. Look, he can already fight a saint at the peak. It must have a lot to do with the great Tao." The cat said while eating, he advanced with a 9th refinement mentality. His mentality is strong, but it also has a lot to do with the development of the great Tao. As soon as these words were said, it woke many people up. The God-forging envoy raised his eyebrows slightly. In the distance, Sky Sword suddenly said, "Back then, it was said that Heaven Exterminating Emperor also advanced with a 9th refinement spiritual consciousness and a 9th refinement golden body. Heaven Exterminating Emperor's physical body was strong, but it let us know the strength of the golden body advancement. But the strength of spiritual consciousness, what is the use? Is it the strength of the origin? Heaven Exterminating Emperor didn't seem to have shown much of the strength of the origin. Although everyone was an enemy, it was obvious that they would not fight easily now. He, the ancient saint, was also curious about this. Everyone knew the benefits of a 9th refinement golden body advancement. Heaven Exterminating Emperor was proof. He, who had a powerful golden body, might not have gone far. However, the other party had become an extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor. Just because Heaven Exterminating Emperor couldn't defeat him did not mean that he was weaker than him. He might not be able to defeat one of the 9 emperors, but Heaven Exterminating Emperor might not. It was just that he had restrained Heaven Exterminating Emperor. However, Heaven Exterminating Emperor was stubborn and insisted on fighting one-on-one. If it was another person, if it was Zhan or one of the 9 emperors, even if Heaven Exterminating Emperor lost more than he won, he would definitely not lose. Knowing that there was a tiger in the mountain, he still went to the Tiger Mountain. This was Heaven Exterminating Emperor. The God-forging envoy could not be bothered with him and directly sealed off the surrounding space, not letting them listen. At this time he opened his mouth and said, "The advancement of the ninth refinement spiritual consciousness naturally has many benefits. Although it is not as obvious as the strength of the golden body, many times the strength of the spiritual consciousness is actually more beneficial than the golden body." The God-forging envoy laughed. First, the width of the road. This concerned the future. The geniuses all thought very far away and would definitely not only care about what was in front of them. Warriors with strong mental strength would be able to walk more easily in the later stages of the great Tao. Second, the stability of the source. The source world is strong but also weak. Once you fight with an expert with strong mental strength, no matter how strong your physical body is, if the other party destroys your source world, you will still die. Therefore, this is the flaw of the Heaven Exterminating Emperor. Third, at this point, the God-forging envoy paused for a moment and said indifferently, "The amplification of the source." Warriors who are not at the ninth refinement actually have a drawback, a very big drawback. Everyone looked at him. The God-forging envoy said indifferently, "That is the problem of the limit. Martial artists who are not at the ninth refinement are almost unable to open up the great Tao to 3,000 feet wide, and 3,000 feet wide. There will be another change, and that is the vertical increase of the source." This time, the few saints who heard this were stunned. Saint Yue could not help but ask, "Vertical increase?" "That's right." The God-forging envoy smiled lightly. "At 3,000 feet wide, there will actually be an amplification of the source. Do you really think that width is useless? Why is the Emperor so powerful? Because the origin of the Emperor is almost 10,000 feet wide. They may not have advanced from the ninth refinement, but in the later stages, they all broke through the limit and strengthened themselves from another level. And the experts who advanced from the ninth refinement will not be like this. To them, 3,000 feet is not too big of a barrier. So the Heaven Exterminating Emperor quickly broke through this limit and increased his strength on both sides. This is where his strength lies. These words had some meaning. In the crowd, Protector Wind and Cloud suddenly smiled. Senior God-forging envoy also advanced from the ninth refinement, right? To them, this simple sentence meant that the Heaven Exterminating Emperor was not the only one who advanced from the ninth refinement. This might include the God-forging envoy, because the God-forging envoy was the first person to create the clone. His mental strength was very strong, and if it was not strong, it would be difficult for him to control his power and create a divine weapon. The creation of a divine weapon was not a simple matter. Obviously, this person knew a lot about the ninth refinement of the mental strength. 3,000 feet, 10,000 meters wide. There was an amplification. This point not many people knew because no one broke this limit, and even if they did, they would not bother to say it. Almost all of the 9 emperors had broken it. The Heaven Exterminating Emperor had broken it, and the other 3 extreme path, venerable emperors. Obviously, the Batian Emperor did not, and the other 2 did not know. In the origin path, there was greater progress. How could these people not be strong? At this time, Taoist Wind and Cloud did not ask the God-forging envoy in detail, but frowned slightly. That's not right, right? Has Fang Ping already broken the limit of 3,000 feet? Otherwise, he will not have an amplification in the vertical. The God-forging envoy also frowned, thought for a while, and said, "This is not clear. The reason why Fang Ping is so strong should be related to the width. The width is not just a matter of amplification. The more abundant the origin chi, the stronger the endurance. Martial artists of the origin path actually have a lot of limitations. For example, if the battle is too long, it is easy to run out of origin chi. In this way, the origin chi is no longer amplified, and the combat strength will be greatly reduced." Everyone was still puzzled. Fangping Avenue was 10,000 meters wide. Was it so scary? In front, Fang Ping, who was accompanying the Battle King, obviously did not know this. If he knew, he would probably scold the God-forging envoy for talking nonsense. Who said there was an amplification only when it was 10,000 meters wide? There was clearly an amplification at 1,000 meters. Anyway, he had opened up to more than 1,000 meters in the beginning. Fang Ping had always thought that there would be an amplification above 1,000 meters. Double ninth stage advancement. The first person since ancient times. Fang Ping was actually bragging a little. He actually thought that the 9 emperors might also be a double 9 advancement, but in reality it was really not. At the 9th refinement of the golden body, the flesh was stronger and it could accommodate more amplification. At the 9th refinement of spiritual consciousness, the mentality was strong and it could provide more amplification. If the flesh was not strong enough, the origin would naturally not amplify. Otherwise, there would be a situation where one would explode. A kind of self-regulation of the Tao. Obviously, the others did not understand the special characteristics of the double 9. Even Fang Ping himself was not very clear. Moreover, Fang Ping had always felt that a 10,000 meters wide avenue was nothing. At least old Zhang seemed to be so. Although old Zhang was talented, Fang Ping always felt that if old Zhang could do it, then others could do it too. Therefore, he once thought that Heavenly King powerhouses might have a 10,000 meters wide avenue. Obviously, Fang Ping overestimated the others and underestimated him and old Zhang. Emperor Dao, known as the most orthodox Emperor Dao in the ancient times. Heroes are created by the times. If humans did not have the current crisis, if they did not have the crisis of being surrounded by enemies from all sides, they would not have the unity that they had now. If not for the human powerhouses wholeheartedly fighting for the human race, there would not be today. Too many factors had created the human race of this era. There was no era like this. The powerhouses held up the sky for the weak, and when the weak became strong, they continued to repay the powerhouses and protect the weak. The torch was passed on, the spirit of neo-martial arts. Neo-martial arts was the key to the rise of this human race. The existence of foreign enemies, the powerhouse's sacrifice, and the weak's repayment created an exceptionally different neo-martial arts, created the current human race. There were too many conditions to be fulfilled for Emperor Dao and Emperor Dao. It was also because of this that there were outliers like Fang Ping and Zhang Tao. At this moment, Fang Ping still did not understand and was not clear about this concept. Even Zhang Tao did not really understand it. It was also because he did not understand that he walked this path. If he really understood, he might not be able to take this step. The spirit of neo-martial arts, the selflessness of powerhouses, was too rare, and this needed someone to guide it. It was not something that could be formed overnight. It was passed down from generation to generation, until it reached Fang Ping and Zhang Tao. That was how the current situation came about, and how the human martial artists tacitly agreed that they were powerhouse, so they should sacrifice for the human race. Because before they became strong, someone sacrificed for them. The first generation who sacrificed selflessly was the most worthy of respect. And this first generation actually came from suppressing Star City. From suppressing Star City, 13 Desperation Realm powerhouses. The Desperation Realm powerhouses who guarded the catacombs for hundreds of years, silently suppressing the catacombs for the human race, without asking for anything in return, guarding for hundreds of years. It was also because of them that there were human powerhouses who fought everywhere, sacrificing and contributing as their own responsibility. The predecessors planted the trees, the descendants reaped the shade. When the predecessors set the example, the descendants would feel that it was a matter of course. They should learn and imitate. After 3 generations, habits became natural. Coupled with the pressure of the environment, in the end, this neo-martial arts that should not have existed was formed. Li Xuanxie, Heavenly King. Just as Fang Ping escaped toward the fake sky cemetery, Heavenly King and Zhang Tao rushed to the entrance. When Zhang Tao moved, origin qi overflowed. When he moved, origin chi erupted. At this moment, Zhang Tao looked disgusted. What the hell? What did that kid Fang Ping do again? It seems like there's someone among the humans who became stronger again. So fast, can I take a break? Annoying, I might have to explode a few more clones today. Too wasteful. Can't you let me digest it properly? Why do you have to swarm over like a swarm of bees? Heavenly King wanted to beat him to death. Bastard who took advantage of him and still took it for granted. Don't you know how rare an opportunity like this is? At the Heavenly King level, who is like you, getting stronger every day? King of Humanity Path. The authentic King of Humanity Path. The Orthodox King of Humanity Path. These are almost impossible paths to exist. You've taken it, and you still have the cheek to show off in front of me. Heavenly King cursed in his heart, his expression dark. If it wasn't for me, would I have taken advantage of you, bastard? Is it fun to show off every day? And the kind that doesn't care about relationships. Do you know how much effort I've spent to create this prosperous neo-martial arts era? Heavenly King cursed in his heart for a while, then thought of Li Zhen and almost spat at him. Idiot, change your surname, don't be Li. I supported you, but you actually lost to Zhang Brat and became his underling. You've lost the face of the Li family. Otherwise, wouldn't you be the human king now? Forget it. I'm magnanimous and won't argue with you. Heavenly King comforted himself for a while. It's the same, don't worry, don't worry. Back then, I didn't strangle you to death, and Li Zhen became your underling. I knew it would be like this. Just get used to it. Heavenly King, suppressing, muttered in his heart. This old man is magnanimous, righteous, and broad-minded. Otherwise, anyone would have killed this bastard and replaced the human king with Li Zhen. Li Zhen, Heavenly King suppressing, suddenly cursed in his heart. If it was really that idiot, the human race might have been destroyed long ago. Forget it. Don't think about it. That Zhang Brat was extremely sinister. He was the best leader of that period. If it were Li Zhen, he would have long killed his way into the underground cavern alone and perished together with some experts, nurturing a group of human death squads. At this moment, Heavenly King suppressing was thinking a little too much. He was also a little jealous. The human king path had been taken, and now there seemed to be a human emperor path. I'm going crazy with jealousy, but it's all my credit, it's all mine. Heavenly King, suppressing, hypnotized himself. Yes, it's all my credit. I'm the greatest contributor to the human race. What Zhang Tao, Fang Ping, they're all things that I don't want. Don't want. Chapter 1184. The weather is so good today, Tabusi. He looked up at the sky, leisurely. The weather is good. Taking a stroll with the Heavenly King is also a great enjoyment. Let me warn you, don't chase anymore. There's an ambush 800 li ahead. Behind him, the fighting king was approaching. The saber slashed out. Fang Ping's body swayed a little. With a splat, his shoulder was bleeding profusely. Fang Ping could not help but curse. Old man Li, you can't avoid it. Far away, old man Li's face had turned purple. Don't be reckless. Are you crazy? When you're fighting against the Heavenly King, you're copying me, trying to use pole standing to dodge. You think too highly of yourself, don't you? Heaven Fighting King's face was also gloomy. How dare you? No matter what, he was still a Heavenly King stage powerhouse who had broken 6. His explosive power was more than 4. 8 million calories, and his limit was more than 5 million calories. Facing him, Fang Ping actually dared to hone his combat techniques at this moment. The Changdao in his hand shot out violently. Not only that, at this moment, his mentality erupted, suppressing Fang Ping. Origin energy surged again, trying to seal Fang Ping. A 3-pronged attack. He did not believe that Fang Ping could really resist him. In reality, Fang Ping was indeed unable to withstand a Heavenly King powerhouse. His maximum vitality was not low, but although his mentality was comparable to an emperor level, the gap between him and a Heavenly King was too big. When he was suppressed, it was similar to old man Li's death. After all, he had just entered the absolute peak and possessed spiritual power that was close to the emperor level, which was already extremely terrifying. But Heaven Conqueror was a heavenly king. This time, Fong Ping was at a great disadvantage. His movements were slightly sluggish. With this sluggishness, Fighting King's Chongdao shot straight at him. With a splat, Fong Ping's neck was sliced open. Sparks flew everywhere as blood spurted out. Fong Ping dodged slightly, his expression darkening. His overall strength was still far from that of a heavenly king. As for a saint's mentality was also stronger than Fong Ping's, but the difference was not so obvious. Right now, he could still fight a sage, but against a heavenly king, it would be difficult to kill him. In reality, if he was really suppressed, he could be cut to death with a blunt knife. "Don't force me," Fong Ping roared. "If you force me again, I'll self-destruct my mentality." It had been a long time since he had self-destructed. Right now, he didn't dare to self-destruct his mind power. In the life gate, a few chubby babies helped him repair his brain nucleus day and night. Now the cracks were getting fewer and fewer. Fong Ping took a look earlier, and it seemed like there were only 1 or 2 cracks left. It wasn't easy for me to repair it. If it exploded again, it would shatter. If it continued to break, he would have to repair it. When would these days come to an end? How could the heavenly king care about him? Not only that, but the tyrant had also arrived at this moment and punched out. At this moment, a figure flashed in front of the fist. With a rumble, both sides took a step back. Jiang Hao held the long sword in his hand. His face was illusory, and he did not make a sound. At this moment, a weak psychic power probed over. Jiang Hao did not say a word. His long sword pierced through the air and swept through the void. Puchi! A soft sound was heard, and the source of the weak spiritual power was cut off. Seal your spiritual power. Feng's mental energy was far away, but it wasn't strong. Even though it was severed, it didn't dissipate. Instead, he smiled and said, "I should have guessed who you are." "You really won't return?" Along with these words, the spiritual power dissipated completely. Jiang Hao's expression was cold. Return. Return to what? Return to the sky, sealing bloodline. The demon emperor replaced Gong Zhuanzi and became the heavenly son of heaven of that era. All of this was secretly planned by someone, and this person was most likely Feng. Feng seemed to have seen something and guessed his identity. What was the demon emperor? The successor of the sky, sealing bloodline? Or was the entire Purple Cap Mountain part of the sky, sealing bloodlines plan? Purple Cap Mountain. Where was the source? Jiang Hao did not speak. His long sword pierced through the air, and his swordsmanship was cunning. In the blink of an eye, he stabbed the tyrant hundreds of times. The tyrant's body was covered in sparks. He roared and punched out, using force to suppress others. Jiang Hao retreated, but the void shook. With a poochie sound, his body broke a little. His body was only at the impasse realm. How could he resist the tyrant? Jiang Hao did not speak. His speed was extremely fast, and he moved like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he attacked hundreds of times with his sword. With a poochie sound, dozens of attacks pierced through the tyrant's flesh. The tyrant sneered, "You?" He did not know that this person was the reincarnation of the demon emperor. Even if he knew, he would not care. After all, this was not the demon emperor himself. It was difficult to break through his defense. Although he was not weak, there was still a huge gap between him and the tyrant. At this moment, another sword gleam pierced through the air. "Me too." Old Manly growled. "Pincer attack him. You front, and I'll back. Make sure to hold him back." He only had weak emperor-level combat strength. He was at a disadvantage in this battle. If the tyrant unleashed his full power as a top-notch saint, there was a chance he could kill him instantly. However, Jiang Hao had already made a move. As the strongest powerhouse of the human race, who could spare, how could he not fight? As for the other saints, the saints of the catacombs would not let them leave. An ant dares to shake the heavens. The tyrant roared. Energy exploded, breaking through the void. A punch pierced through the void and hit Old Man Li. At this moment, Jiang Hao slashed with his sword. Old Man Li followed suit. Both of them attacked the tyrant's fist at the same time. With a poochie sound, a bloody mark appeared. The tyrant did not care too much, but he was a little annoyed. Among these two, one was a weak saint, the other a weak emperor level. However, at this moment he was pinned down. "You're courting death." The tyrant was furious. Previously, the God Creation Envoy was protecting Li Changsheng. He had yet to settle the score with him for killing Parrish. This guy actually dared to make a move. Old Man Li sneered in competent rage. "Your bloodline will be destroyed sooner or later. Die." The tyrant roared and blasted a punch. This time, Old Man Li and Jiang Hao attacked again. The two long swords made a deafening sound of metal cracking in the air. The Sky Destroyer's sword was powerful, but Jiang Hao's sword was not. With a bang, the long sword exploded. The fragments of the exploded long sword shot out, covering the three of them. Countless bloody marks appeared on Jiang Hao and Old Man Li's bodies instantly. As for the tyrant, he only had a few scratches on his skin. He sneered again and again. He was a little aggrieved when he fought Fang Ping. However, when he fought against these two, the gap between them and him was huge. With his powerful physique, it was difficult for them to break through his defense. At this moment, Old Man Li's expression changed. He growled, "Hold him back." Jiang Hao did not say much. He condensed a vitality sword and attacked the tyrant again. On the other side, Fang Ping saw the situation. He gritted his teeth and shot a long spear. "I'll give it to you." The tyrant was furious. Just as he was about to snatch it back, Old Man Li let out a roar. His silhouette became a little more illusionary, charging toward him suddenly. The tyrant turned around and threw a punch. This punch seemed to hit thin air. It was not completely useless. Old Man Li spewed blood wildly from his mouth, but he was not blown up by the punch like he had imagined. His physique became a little more illusionary, notwithstanding the full force of his punch. When the tyrant's punch came down, Old Man Li slashed with his sword too. Uft! This slash landed on his fist as well. The injury was not as serious as before. There was only a small mark on his fist. However, the tyrant's expression changed suddenly. His body trembled and he took a step back. Then he looked at Li Changxing in disbelief. "What combat technique is this?" The tyrant was shocked. What was this? The other party's slash did not only slash his physique, but also his mentality and origin. Under his carelessness, a small hole actually appeared in the source world. Old Man Li was a little exhausted. He felt helpless. The difference was too big. Lifeless sword. Slash the one. Once the sword was unleashed, the physique, mentality, and origin were slashed at the same time. It could be said that this slash was also a slash that almost did not exist in the world today. His body became illusionary, adapting to that state. Unfortunately, his foundation was not strong after all. The other party was also a top-notch saint. He could only slash the other party's origin a little. Even so, he was a weak emperor martial artist. Slashing a top-notch saint and actually forcing the other party to take a step back was extremely terrifying. The tyrant was in disbelief. Jiang Hao, who had received the long spear, turned it into a sword and looked at Old Man Li in surprise. When he killed Annihilation, everyone knew that something was wrong with him. However, at this time he actually slashed a top-notch saint. He even injured the tyrant. Even he was a little shocked. What path did Li Changxing take? At the same time, the God Creation Envoy's eyes flickered. He said softly, "Sorry, kick Xiao Xingwu first." Someone looked at him, somewhat at a loss. What did he mean? What Zhao Xingwu? The God Creation Envoy did not explain. 10 influential figures kick Zhao Xingwu first. Zhao Xingwu had yet to reveal some of his own things. Although the God Creation Envoy still thought highly of him, Compared to Li Changsheng, the gap was not small. They had both just advanced to the peak not long ago. Li Changsheng, he had already walked his own path, even if it was still very young. However, Li Changsheng had actually walked a different path in this era where the source was the only ruler. It was too terrifying. He must be one of the top 10 influential figures. The God creation envoy even felt that if the martial king and the human king did not put in more effort, Li Changsheng might catch up from behind and surpass the two of them to become the strongest. He was so close that he could see a little more. This sword slashed through 10,000 paths. Terrifying. There was only one sword in the myriad Tao. It did not differentiate between the physical body and the great Tao of spiritual sense. The God creation envoy was confused. How did this guy think of it? How did he do it? It seemed like he had comprehended it during the battle. What exactly happened in the source world at that time? The God creation envoy could not see through it, but he knew that this guy had some skills. He really had to have a good exchange. After looking at this side, the God creation envoy looked at Fang Ping. At this time, Fang Ping was still escaping. However, it was a little miserable. The Heavenly King was the Heavenly King. Fang Ping counterattacked and slashed the other party's great Tao, but he was directly bounced out. His origin energy overflowed, and it was like this a few times. He was almost seriously injured by the recoil. With a prepared Heavenly King, it would be difficult for Fang Ping to break through. In this way, he could only passively take a beating. However, Fang Ping still displayed his strength. As he ran, he scolded, "Trash, you can't beat me to death. How many years have you lived? I'm only 21. I'll definitely kill you before I'm 22. There's an ambush 500 miles ahead. There are 8 heavenly kings lying in ambush. Just wait for your death. You're still a heavenly king? Don't be ridiculous. Even the King Kuan that I look down on has strength. You don't even have strength. You're just a piece of trash, a fake heavenly king. You're still fighting for the main character of this era? Why didn't that chaotic heavenly king beat you to death? He let a piece of trash like you live. Could it be that he disdains killing trash?" Buffed! Fang Ping was slashed by the saber again. His left arm was broken, but he still scolded, "What a piece of trash! Your mentality suppressed me. Your origin sealed me. Until now, you still can't kill me. I'm so disappointed." "Right? Why hasn't your origin seal been completed? Don't give up. Continue just a little more." Although Battle King Wang was not injured, and he even killed Fang Ping until he was riddled with scars, he still felt indescribably uncomfortable, aggrieved. I was the one who beat this guy until he covered his head and scurried away. Why did he feel that I lost and he was the big winner? Sharp-tongued, Battle King Wang snorted coldly, his small world suspended in the air again, suppressing downward. Fang Ping turned around and slashed. This time he had some results. The slash made the other party's small world tremble. "What are you pretending for? This is a divine weapon. It's fine if you restrain it, but if you release it, believe it or not, I'll smash your origin to pieces." Fang Ping scorned. Blood flowed from his mouth. He laughed and said, "You're tickling me. How weak. Back then, I was beaten until only bones were left, and I didn't even cry out in pain. What is this? Tickling me? I have so much imperishable substance that I can't use up. I'll be fine in a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping's golden body flickered. Countless imperishable substances surged out. His flesh was recovering. "I've used up quite a lot of mentality. Forget about recovering." In the next moment, Fang Ping's dispirited mentality was completely restored. The origin is a little unstable. Recover. At this time, Fang Ping's slightly unstable origin was also restored in an instant. In all directions, everyone was dumbstruck. Battle King Wang, who was at the back, was livid. He had hit you for half a day and you're fine now? Fang Ping was groaning in his heart. Who said he was fine? This was a big deal. I was almost beaten to death by you. Wasn't I just scaring you? Also, this wealth consumption was frightening. Fang Ping was groaning in his heart again. The current him was powerful, but the consumption was also huge. Take vitality, for example. After the basic vitality was exhausted, close to 2 million wealth was consumed in one go. In addition to origin, chi, and mentality, almost in the blink of an eye, his wealth consumption was close to 10 million. Also, breaking into the origin, whether it was a success or failure, it would consume a lot of wealth. Hundreds of millions of wealth were used up at one go. After all, this was a heavenly king. The overlord he had faced earlier was also a top-notch saint. This was not a fight, this was a fight. Since the start of the fight, the wealth consumption was close to 10 billion. Fang Ping's heart was bleeding. The consumption was too high. Moreover, if this continued, he might not be able to outlast the heavenly king. The heavenly king recovered extremely quickly, much faster than him anyway. Even if his wealth was depleted, he might not be able to exhaust the heavenly king to death. Instead, the probability of him being exhausted to death was higher. This was the first time Fang Ping felt that he could not outlast his opponent. At this realm, blindly exhausting the other party was already hopeless. The sure-win talisman of the past was now a little outdated. This was only a heavenly king who had broken 6. The degree of breaking 6 was not high. If he encountered a peak heavenly king, he would definitely be finished. It's over, it's over. If I go to the fake heavenly cemetery, they're all senior heavenly kings. Weak ones like Moon Spirit also have divine weapons in hand. They are not any worse than senior heavenly kings. If I go there, I'll be a lackey. Fang Ping lamented in his heart. Fighting heavenly king was only a heavenly king who had just advanced. He did not have divine weapons in hand. His strongest sealing move had limited effect on Fang Ping. That was why he could slightly resist it. But the others were in danger. I have too many enemies. If King Kuan knows what happened, I'm afraid he'll beat me to death. If Sea Conqueror knows that I want to chop off his fish head, he'll beat me to death too. And Li Zhu, this guy is also very scary. And King Zhen, King's son, Fang Ping did not know if he did not count. Once he counted, Fang Ping shuddered. If I go in, old Zhang and the rest don't protect me, I'm finished. While Fang Ping was calculating, fighting Heavenly King was a little flustered and exasperated. Recovered. This guy actually recovered completely. He fought for so long, but it was all for nothing. He was about to explode in anger. He did not know how much Fang Ping had consumed. At least to outsiders, Fang Ping did not seem to be exhausted. Who knew what was going on with him? Many people guessed that he was related to the immortal source. He might have communicated with it, which was why he could recover so quickly. If that was the case, how powerful was the immortal source? The energy was almost endless. If this went on, fighting Heavenly King might not be able to kill Fang Ping. Scary! Sky Sword suddenly sighed. It was too scary. A Heavenly King made a move, but he could not do anything to Fang Ping. How could he fight? Could the Catacombs 9 saints really kill Fang Ping? Beside him, the governor frowned and said, I don't believe that he doesn't need to pay a price. There's no free lunch in the sky. He must have paid a price to recover so quickly. It might not last long. At this time, someone said helplessly, he has never stopped since he became rank 1. If he really had to pay a price, he wouldn't have reached this realm. Maybe he really doesn't need to pay anything. The one who said this was Furchuan, who followed. This divine general of the right was also very desperate. This guy Fang Ping was too much of a headache. If you could not kill him with one blow, he would keep recovering. It was too troublesome. Fighting Heavenly King was a Heavenly King, but his strongest sealing method was not effective. Moreover, he had just advanced not long ago. He actually could not kill that guy. This made people feel helpless. However, in the next moment, everyone's eyes moved. At this moment, Fighting Heavenly King, was also full of joy. It was working. At this moment, everyone could feel that Fong Ping's origin chi was a little unstable. Fong Ping, who was still escaping, was also helpless. In the source world, the 3 saint tokens kept bombarding the door. I am also very helpless. Fighting Heavenly King went on for too long, persistently trying to seal him. Right now, his origin was really showing signs of being sealed. After all, it was not even 10,000 meters long. There was a limit. After hearing Fang's words, Fighting Heavenly King continued to seal. The door inside was about to close. Fong Ping had no choice. He could only control the 3 saint tokens to keep smashing the door. There was a situation where the origin was unstable. But soon, Fong Ping's eyes flickered. In the entire 3 realms, other than those top-notch powerhouses who could sense it, there were not many people who knew where the fake sky grave was. The fake sky grave was mobile. The first one who knew was the Azure Cat. Its divine weapon was there. The second one was Fong Ping. This was because his divine weapon was there too. The heaven confining bell that blocked the door was controlled by him. The heaven confining bell was controlled by Fong Ping. The Heavenly Kings might not have thought of this, because the Azure Cat only lent to Fong Ping. Old Zhang and the others were also worried that something would happen to him inside. Therefore, when the heaven confining bell was made, Fong Ping was the one controlling it. At this moment, Fong Ping had already vaguely sensed it. It was right in front. 500 li, 800 li. It was in the void about 100 li in front. If no one stopped it, it was only a step away. However, now that he was blocked by Fighting Heavenly King, he could only forcefully break through the void. His speed had also slowed down. I'm finally here. Fong Ping breathed a sigh of relief, but in his heart he was thinking, could he kill this Fighting Heavenly King? Had old Zhang and the others ambushed him? He had experienced it once last time. The saint from Emperor Nan's bloodline died when he went in. This time, if he went in, would Fighting Heavenly King dare to go in? How about pretending to break through the void and escape inside? Fong Ping quickly frowned. The fake sky grave was still a little different. There were some fluctuations in the passageway. It was difficult to hide from the Heavenly King powerhouses who were close at hand. Unless he wants to go in himself, I have to force him into a corner. Or, I'm about to die, and this guy can't bear to give up. Calculating in his heart, Fong Ping continued to bombard the door of the source world. Closer, closer, and closer. Behind him, Fighting Heavenly King frowned slightly, as if he had sensed something. Even further behind, the Overlord and the others had already fought over here. Old Man Li and Jiang were very miserable. The Overlord was slightly injured, but both of them were seriously injured. At this moment, everyone looked at Fong Ping. Fong Ping's aura was beginning to decline. The Overlord sneered. Fighting Heavenly King also snorted coldly. No matter how strong the Origin Tao was, it was still sealed. This guy was very difficult to deal with. At this moment, Fong Ping looked desperate. In the next moment, his face suddenly lit up and he laughed loudly. I really ambushed dozens of Heavenly Kings. The heavens did not kill me. Ha ha ha. Fong Ping laughed wildly. At this moment, Fighting Heavenly King's expression changed slightly. He sensed it. He sensed that there was something in the void, the existence of a small world. At this moment, Fong Ping's aura suddenly disappeared completely, and he entered the void in the blink of an eye. Fighting Heavenly King's saber cut through the air, and the void shattered. Fong Ping's leg was chopped off, but he laughed again. He had already run in front of a door, a cat laughing, a cat with a king on its head. At the back, the cat raised its head and muttered, "We're at the Sky Cemetery again. Why did the Sky Cemetery float here?" Everyone looked at him. Sky Sword and the others' expressions changed. Was it a coincidence or a trap? Fighting Heavenly King and the overlord's expressions also changed slightly. It was this place. Fake Sky Cemetery. They knew this place, and they also knew that the saint from Emperor Nan's bloodline had died after entering. Many veteran, Heavenly King powerhouses were gathered inside. This godforsaken place was very dangerous. Why did it appear here? At this moment, Fong Ping was riddled with wounds, but he was laughing nonstop. The door slowly opened. A bunch of trash. A Heavenly King, a top-notch saint. No, there's also an old Heavenly King who won't die, but I escaped. Ha ha ha. I've ambushed dozens of Heavenly Kings inside. Try and chase after me if you dare. Fong Ping put on a strong front, but was weak at heart, his attitude threatening. Don't chase. If you chase after me, you're dead meat. There really are dozens of Heavenly Kings inside, and they're all lying in ambush here. Fong Ping roared and burrowed in at once. At this moment, fighting Heavenly King's expression was uncertain. He slashed with his saber, but he did not manage to slash Fong Ping. Fong Ping went in. After chasing for a long time, Fong Ping ran away under their noses. At this moment, the cat also muttered, "Don't chase after him. It's very dangerous. There are all Heavenly Kings inside. If you go in, you'll die." To chase or not to chase? If he did not chase, all his previous efforts would be wasted. If he chased after him, if there was no ambush inside, Fong Ping would definitely die. However, if there was really an ambush, what should he do? The door was closing. It was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the door that could fit one person earlier was now only a little bit big. At this moment, a powerful mentality swept over Fong. Fong did not expect the fake Sky Cemetery to appear. At this moment, this top-notch powerhouse said instantly, "Go in, contact Hong Koen, Li Zhu, and the others." At the critical moment, join forces to kill the enemy. He knew that it was very dangerous inside. However, it might not be dangerous. He also hoped that the two people under his sect could go in and give it a try. This was also an opportunity. Fighting Heavenly King and Overlord looked at each other, their expressions solemn, and quickly burrowed into the door. Just as the two of them burrowed in, a powerful mentality attached to the Overlord's body. On this side, the God-forging envoy snorted. Almost without any hesitation, he kicked Strength Wuji, who was beside him, and sent him flying. In Strength Wuji's days, a ball entered his body. In the next moment, it flew towards the door together with him. Only then did Strength Wuji react. He screamed, "No, I'm not going in." He knew. This God-forging envoy old man wanted to kill him. He wanted him to bring his avatar in. "I won't do it." Strength Wuji was about to cry. "I won't do it. I just achieved Tao. There's so many people. Why did you kick me? Why did you let me in? Don't." It was too dangerous, so dangerous that it was scared to death. Chapter 1185. Spirit Emperor Dojo. At the entrance of the passageway, Old Zhang and Heavenly King Jin frowned. By now, many people had arrived. Zhang Tao's eyes were alert and nervous, but his expression did not change. "Everyone, why are you all here? Do you think we're leaving? So many human powerhouses are here. Will we leave? How can you believe Hong Yu? Are you stupid?" In the crowd, Li Zhu took a step forward and said flatly, "Zhang Tao, if you're not here to leave, then why are you here?" Then he muttered to himself, "The last time I came here, a saint came in and you guys killed him on the spot. I think you guys are in contact with the outside world. The one who came in last time should be your opponent, Fong Ping, who sent him in. This time, you guys suddenly came here again. Did Fong Ping send someone in again?" Then Li Zhu said playfully, "Once is enough. The people from the outside world won't come a second time, right? Could it be someone from the human race is coming in again?" Li Zhu's face turned colder. "Earlier, Tian Mu came in with a large amount of supplies. Your human experts replenished their energy and became much stronger. These days, you've done a lot of great things. Did Fong Ping send more supplies in?" Many people looked at him unkindly. Fong Ping again. This guy didn't even stop outside. He even sent a lot of treasures in. God knows how many imperishable substances he sent. These days, the human powerhouses became stronger as they fought. They were confident and used the imperishable substances like they were free. Many of their bodies were much stronger than before they came in. Zhang Tao chuckled. If you say so. Li Zhu, why do you keep watching us? There are more people here who are more threatening than humans. No matter how strong we are, we're still new. Hong Yu, Hong Kuan, Sea Guardian, King Qian, all of them have more secrets than us. Zhang Tao looked at him. You, Li Zhu, have more secrets. Don't you? Zhang Tao looked around and said coldly, Is it necessary to keep watching us? Li Zhu said flatly, Of course it is. I'm just curious. Who came this time? Could it be that Fang Ping came in personally? Someone chuckled. Does Fang Ping dare to come in? The humans are probably still counting on Fang Ping to withstand the pressure. They weren't too clear about the situation. When they came in, there wasn't even a single desperate realm expert among the humans outside. However, he had heard last time that Fang Ping had slain a saint. Based on the current situation, Fang Ping was the pillar of the current human race. He would not enter easily. Li Zhu thought about it and agreed. Fang Ping was the pillar of humanity. Zhang Tao and the rest had gone through a lot of trouble to gather a large number of powerhouses here. How could they let Fang Ping take the risk and enter this place? However, Zhang Tao and Heavenly King Jintian were here again. Could it be that someone else was coming in? At this moment, Li Zhu glanced at the others. They wanted to know more about the outside world. Last time, only Tian Mu survived. In the end, Tian Mu was on the side of the human race. No one knew where he was hiding these past few days. They didn't know much about the outside world. At this moment, Li Zhu laughed and said, King Wu, when someone comes in, there's no need to kill them in a hurry. Why don't we get to know the situation first before making a decision? They would not give the martial king another chance to kill. This time, they had to protect whoever came in. As soon as he said that, the other heavenly kings were all smiles. It was best not to kill the enemy of the human race. They might even be one of their own. Zhang Tao frowned slightly and cursed in his heart. Among these heavenly king powerhouses, Li Zhu seemed to not target humans, but in fact he was the most sinister. From time to time, he would instigate others to attack humans. As they were thinking, everyone's heart stirred. The passageway seemed to have opened. At this moment, a figure flashed and disappeared. Zhang Tao and the others were ready to make a move. The other heavenly kings stared at Zhang Tao and the others, also paying attention to the person who came in. Fang Ping wanted to curse. What was going on? As soon as he came in, he felt many powerful auras. What were old Zhang and the others doing? How did they do things? I told you to ambush, but I didn't tell you to attract so many powerhouses. I just came in, and just now I was scaring people that there were a bunch of heavenly kings lying in ambush. Now there's really a lot of them. Danger. This thought flashed across Fang Ping's mind. Almost in the blink of an eye, as he stepped out of the passageway, he blurted out, The 3 realms are facing a crisis. The Sky Sealing clan has come out and suppressed 18 saints. Run. Fang Ping roared. Almost in the blink of an eye, he rushed toward the Sky Sealing clan. He was the strongest. Under the Sky Sealing clan's dazed gaze, Fang Ping grabbed his arm and hung on him, roaring, Run! There are 8 heavenly kings in the Sky Sealing clan. They want to kill their way into this place and kill everyone. Everyone was still a little dazed. What nonsense were you talking about? What Sky Sealing clan suppressing 18 saints, 8 heavenly kings, killing everyone? What were you talking about? Li Zhu could not be bothered to listen to this. He was a little surprised. He did not expect Fang Ping to come in. Kill him. Li Zhu's mentality fluctuated. Kill Fang Ping. This guy was very dangerous. He felt more dangerous than a martial king. Kill him first. As for Fong Ping's nonsense, he would not take it seriously now. Just as he was about to make a move, Li Zhu's expression changed slightly. There were really heavenly kings. Damn it, what the hell happened? Not only him, but the others also sensed the aura that followed in. Heavenly kings. There were really heavenly kings coming in. The Sky Sealing Clan made a decision almost instantly. He roared, "Kill! The Sky Sealing Clan must die!" Rumble. The Sky Sealing Clan attacked. Do Tian, who had just broken in, also sensed the aura of many heavenly kings. His expression changed drastically. There was really an ambush. It must be an ambush. Didn't they all say that they wanted to kill the people of the Sky Sealing Clan? Seal! Do Tian roared. At this moment he was also anxious. He did not expect so many heavenly kings to be here. At this moment, Do Tian was also hysterical. In an instant, he unleashed his most powerful move. The small world descended with a bang. Behind the crowd, the two kings' expressions changed. They staggered. Although they were not sealed instantly, they felt the stagnation of their origin. Powerhouse. A top powerhouse. The person who came in was extremely strong. When the two saints joined forces, they also had the combat strength of a heavenly king. They did not expect that the person who came in would actually make them suffer a loss. At this moment, Zhang Tao also attacked. Not only Zhang Tao, but in the crowd, the Demon Emperor's eyes flickered, and he also swung his sword. As for the others, some took a few steps back and some also attacked. Qin Qian's big hand covered down, frowning slightly. This was the person who came in to kill Fong Ping, right? Everyone was not stupid. Naturally, they understood. But where did this unfamiliar heavenly king come from? In this day and age, even heavenly kings were unfamiliar. The Sky Sealing Clan. Everyone quickly recalled. A few people seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions did not look too good. Some people frowned slightly, deep in thought. However, for a moment, no one made a move to stop anything. Kill. Even if they died, they would die in vain. The heavenly kings were all opponents and competitors. If one died, there would be one less. It was very rare to have such an opportunity. Rumble. With so many people attacking, the small world that Do Tian had unleashed was directly blasted apart. Do Tian's face was pale. At this time, King Wu's whip struck, directly causing his golden body to explode. At the same time, another person came in from behind. The Overlord's expression changed. Then, with a roar, he threw a punch at the Sky Sealing Clan who was about to kill Do Tian. The Sky Sealing Clan was too sinister. Taking advantage of the fact that Do Tian's origin was injured, he quietly punched Do Tian's head. The Overlord growled. At the same time, another powerful aura erupted from his body. Stop! Feng's aura. Feng's mentality was attached to his body. At this moment, he was also extremely surprised. Why were there so many people gathered at the entrance of this passageway? Feng! Feng! At this moment, several people exclaimed in a low voice, frowning. It was that guy. The Sky Sealing Clan. It was really him. Damn it. When did this clan gather so many powerhouses? A heavenly king in front, and the Overlord at the back, with the support of Feng's mentality, actually had the strength of a heavenly king. Two heavenly kings. Fong Ping said that the Sky Sealing Clan's 8 heavenly kings came out to suppress the 3 realms. It might not be false. At this moment, everyone's expression turned ugly. Could it be that Feng really gathered 8 heavenly kings? There were already 2 of them. Whether the one at the back was supported by Feng or not, without the strength of a top-notch saint, he could not unleash the combat strength of a heavenly king. That was not all at this moment. A bull appeared at the back. It floated over in fear. Li Wuji did not sense anything, but the God Creation Envoy's avatar sensed it and was also shocked. In the next moment, the avatar exploded and attached itself to Li Wuji's body. The strength of a saint was undoubtedly revealed. Another one came. After the Sky Sealing Clan's footsteps. Some people naturally thought that it was the Sky Sealing clan again. This bloodline was so strong. In the next moment, everyone attacked one after another. Kill a heavenly king first. Stop! Feng controlled the overlord and exchanged a punch with the heavenly King Jin. With a loud bang, the fist exploded. Feng's figure appeared and roared again. I have no intention of becoming enemies with all of you. I only came to kill Feng Ping. Damn it! Feng was a little speechless. What was wrong? Why were there so many heavenly king powerhouses gathered here? Before he could finish, Feng Ping roared in fear. Be careful! He has the strength of a broken 8. The seal is invincible, and he has joined forces with the God Creation envoy who has also broken 8. He wants to suppress the 3 realms. At the back, the God Creation envoy attached to Li Wuji was stunned for a moment. Then he cursed in his heart. His figure also appeared and shouted, Brother Feng, there are too many powerhouses. I will enter and kill them. Close the passageway. Feng Ping roared and signaled to Zhang Tao with his eyes. Zhang Tao also roared. Don't let their real bodies enter. 2 of them have broken 8. We are in danger. Broken 8. 2 of them. At this moment, even the Sea Guardian and the other powerhouses' expressions changed slightly. Feng and the God Creation envoy had broken 8? That was big trouble. At this moment, the passageway quickly began to close. Zhang Tao roared angrily. Be careful of them working together from the inside and outside. Break the fusion and break the 8 invincible. Feng's mentality was a little speechless. He quickly said, I am not in cahoots with the blacksmith. How could he admit that he was in cahoots with the God Creation envoy? Moreover, they were really not in cahoots. These guys actually wanted to trick him. Feng was speechless and depressed. However, at this moment, King Qian and the others had already made their move. Rumble. The sound of explosions continued. Reverse Heaven was the most miserable. He was the first to bear the brunt, and his golden body was destroyed. In the next moment, a spirit avatar appeared. The Heavenly King's spirit avatar was also extremely powerful. Moreover, he had originally taken the path of mentality. At this moment, he also roared angrily and quickly sealed the Heavenly King, who was the most ruthless. On the Heavenly King's side, Feng Ping had already hidden behind him. Seeing that Reverse Heaven was about to seal the Heavenly King, he almost laughed out loud. Are you serious? Not only did Feng Ping know that it was troublesome, but Feng's expression also changed. He shouted, Stop! Idiot! Why did you seal everyone? He instantly recognized the Heavenly King. He was not even confident that he could seal the Heavenly King, let alone this disciple. Was he courting death? Unfortunately, it was too late. The Heavenly King looked innocent. The origin chi on his body flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, Reverse Heaven's spirit avatar suddenly began to explode, and the source world emerged. At this moment, only a fist could be seen, blasting into the source world. It blasted in along Reverse Heaven's own origin chi. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. More than half of Reverse Heaven's source world was instantly destroyed. Feng could not take it anymore and roared, Hongkuan, Sea Guardian, are you really going to kill my disciple? Only then did the Sea Guardian say coldly, I didn't see, clearly. It's a misunderstanding. He snorted inwardly. Too bad it was not the Venerate. Otherwise, they would take this opportunity to kill Reverse Heaven's spirit avatar. To them, if Reverse Heaven's spirit avatar killed Reverse Heaven's spirit avatar, it would be hard to explain. There was no need to offend Reverse Heaven's spirit avatar. But if Reverse Heaven's spirit avatar was beaten half to death, it was not a big deal. Who asked you to come in so suddenly? They stopped, but the Heavenly King and King Wu did not. One of them charged at the Overlord, the other at the heavily injured Reverse Heaven. At this moment, Feng shouted again, Li Zhu! Li Zhu frowned slightly, sighed, and reached out with one hand, colliding with Zhang Tao. Feng also controlled the overlord and threw a punch at the heavenly king. Li Zhu helped the Fengtian clan. At this moment, Fang Ping's expression also changed. Was Li Zhu on their side? Could he also be a member of the Fengtian clan? But did these people forget about him? Did they really think that he was insignificant? He was a powerhouse with the combat strength of a sage. And they ignored him? Reverse Heaven was seriously injured. At this moment, Fang Ping's eyes dimmed. In an instant, he broke into Reverse Heaven's broken source world, and the god-slaying saber appeared. If Reverse Heaven had not been seriously injured by the Heavenly King, Fang Ping would not have been able to break into his source. However, at this moment, his source world was extremely broken, revealing a wide path behind it. Fang Ping did not care about this. The moment he entered, he swung his saber and slashed not only the saber, but also the Saint's token. 3 tokens. The Saint's token could also enter the source world, which was more powerful than the average holy weapon. The 3 Saints' tokens pressed down, and the god-slaying saber slashed wildly. While Li Zhu intercepted King Wu, Feng and the Overlord fought the Heavenly King. Fang Ping also attacked. The Saint's token fell from the sky. With a bang, the broken small world became even more broken. Reverse Heaven's figure appeared, but it was a little illusory, not as solid as before. Fang Ping slashed. With a puff, Reverse Heaven's figure exploded. Reverse Heaven's body appeared again, but it was extremely dim. He was also shocked, angry, and terrified. Today he, the Heavenly King, appeared domineeringly and suppressed the 3 realms. Who knew that in the blink of an eye he would be so miserable? His source world was almost destroyed. The most tragic thing was that he ran to seal the Heavenly King. It was really tragic. The Heavenly King followed his own chi, located his source world, and destroyed his source world with one punch. When top-notch powerhouses fought, unless they were very confident, they should not easily touch the other party's source. It was very dangerous to capture the location of your source. Didn't you see that top-notch powerhouses would not easily reveal their combat techniques? They were afraid of being caught by others and afraid that others would locate their source world. Reverse Heaven, on the other hand, actually attacked the Heavenly King. At this time, Fang Ping took advantage of the situation, adding injuries on top of his injuries. It was extremely heavy. Feng sensed it. He sensed that his eldest disciple was like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished. It was not easy to cultivate a Heavenly King. He must not let Reverse Heaven be killed. Feng was about to explode. How could this be? The next moment, he roared again, "Hong Yu, attack once!" In the distance, Hong Yu's expression changed slightly. He felt helpless. Like Li Zhu, he sighed and stretched out his hand to grab the side, saying, "I'm not Hong Yu. Hong Yu is dead. This is the last time." However, at this time, Fang Ping also spoke, shouting, "Unquestionable Jian, stop him! I'm going to kill a Heavenly King." The demon emperor frowned, snorted softly, and swung his sword at Hong Yu. He slashed Hong Yu. On the other side, Moon Spirit said angrily, "How dare you? You deceive your master and ancestors." Unquestionable Jian frowned and did not reply. Moon Spirit swung her saber. Northern Emperor's saber. Chaos! At this moment, many Heavenly Kings were involved. The Sky Sealing clan was indeed powerful. Li Zhu and Hong Yu attacked one after another. They might not be from the Sky Sealing clan, but at this moment they seemed to have some reservations and had to stop them. King Qian and the other Heavenly Kings were watching the show. No one intervened. Fight! One dead meant one less. They were all future opponents. They did not expect that the Heavenly Kings would fight to the death the moment they arrived. After all, there had been no Heavenly Kings fighting to the death in Spirit Emperor Dojo for so many days. Everyone fought, but they also knew that Heavenly Kings were difficult to kill. The weaker Heavenly Kings all huddled together. For example, Moon Spirit and Heaven's fate huddled together. King Wu and Heaven's suppression were many people's targets, but they were both powerful. Although Saint Ting Kuei was a saint, he was one of the 8 kings who had the strength of a heavenly king back then. Naturally, he was not weak now. None of them were weak. None of them were easy to kill. Heaven Reverse had just advanced. After all, Feng had only sent a wisp of mentality in and attached it to the Overlord. That was why he had the strength of a heavenly king. At this moment, the demon emperor stopped Hongyu. The martial king stopped Li Zhu. He was suppressed by Heaven's suppression again and could only watch Heaven Reverse scream. He could not help but be furious. Heavenly kings must not die. The next moment, Feng made up his mind. With a roar, the Overlord rose into the air and rushed toward Heaven's suppression. At the same time, his mentality shifted and floated toward Heaven Reverse. Heaven's suppression growled, "Retreat!" It was for Feng Ping. Feng was going to attach to Heaven Reverse. Feng Ping was trapped in Heaven Reverse's origin. In the source world, Feng Ping was furious when he saw Heaven Reverse's illusory figure. Heavenly kings were hard to kill. Feng was coming. He had given up on the Overlord to protect Heaven Reverse. It was difficult for Feng Ping to kill Heaven Reverse. Even so, Feng Ping was not satisfied. F*CK, I'll make your days miserable. Feng Ping was determined. In the next moment, endless origin chi gushed out and surged into Heaven Reverse's source world. Explode! With a low growl, Feng Ping slashed his saber again. The Saint Order continued to suppress. Not only that, but his own source world collided directly with it with a rumble. Rumble! Heaven Reverse's source world was almost completely destroyed at this moment. In the next moment, a powerful origin descended. Feng Ping retreated immediately. Feng was coming, in the outside world. As soon as Feng Ping retreated, he saw Heaven's suppression blow up the Overlord's golden body with a punch. This top saint powerhouse was full of despair and indignation. Master had given up on him and chosen senior brother. He was also very strong, but how could he be a match for Heaven Reverse? At this moment, he was forcefully thrown to Heaven Reverse's side by Master to stop Heaven Reverse. He could not avoid it. In an instant, the golden body was blown up. However, top saints would not die so easily. The Overlord still had a chance to escape. The golden body recovered again. The Overlord wanted to break through the air and escape. At this time, Feng Ping broke into the source again and slashed. At the same time, his real body roared, "Tack!" Before everyone understood what was going on, Force Infinity, who had been hiding behind them, stomped down with his hoof. With a bang, the Overlord's newly recovered golden body was trampled to pieces. Force Infinity looked innocent. "It wasn't me. The God Creation Envoy controlled me." The golden body exploded. In the next moment, the origin chi spread wildly. The Overlord was seriously injured. The origin was not as strong as the others. At this moment, it was slashed by Feng Ping crazily. In an instant, the source world exploded. Heavenly King, subduing, also threw out another punch. There was a loud boom. Between heaven and earth, a great Tao appeared and collapsed in the blink of an eye. God Creation Envoy, Feng Ping, Heaven Reverse. 3 powerhouses joined forces to kill the Overlord. Top Saint, so far the strongest powerhouse who had fallen. He died extremely aggrieved. He died extremely aggrieved. He was more aggrieved than the sky. A powerhouse who was close to the Heavenly King stage. At this moment, even the source universe trembled. A huge star dimmed instantly. Blood fell from heaven and earth. The 3 realms shook. In the outside world, Sky soared and the others watched for a while. Without saying a word, they turned around and left. Next time, whoever said that the fake Sky Tomb was safe, they would join forces to kill those people. The powerhouses of the sky, ceiling, lineage chased after them. A heavenly king, a top saint, and an avatar that sealed themselves. A top saint actually died in an instant. The fake sky tomb. This was even more dangerous than the real sky tomb. At this time, another wave of mentality swept over. Somewhat flustered and exasperated, he was no longer calm. Seal, the god creation envoy, glanced at him. Without batting an eyelid, he moved his feet and left with the people of the human race. He left. Foam was about to explode. They could not sense what was happening in the fake sky tomb. Unless their avatars returned, they would not be able to sense what was happening. However, the Overlord was dead. This was something that everyone knew. He died too tragically. He was killed in 10 seconds. Do Tian did not know what was going on, but he was a heavenly king after all, so he could sense something. Especially Foam. He could sense that his eldest disciple's origin star was extremely dim. This was clearly a sign that he had suffered an extremely heavy injury. It was too tragic. 3 disciples left the mountain. 2 of them died in an instant, and one of them was seriously injured. It was unknown if he could survive. At this time, cracks appeared in the sky above the Forbidden Sea, and the void collapsed. A certain top-notch expert was about to go crazy. How could he remain calm? There was still someone provoking him. That stupid cat. In the distance, the fat, stupid cat was muttering, but its voice was not soft. I told you not to provoke the swindler, but you still want to provoke him. He is a god of death, and he will die wherever he goes. Also, he actually named himself the 4 emperors. Anyway, he will die sooner or later. So stupid. Outside the fake sky tomb, Feng's mentality condensed into a human form. He looked at the fat cats, but with a cold expression. The cat ignored him. It twisted its butt and wagged its tail. It continued to mutter, "Why are you looking at me? I'm not talking nonsense. Stop looking, it's useless. Keep looking. Keep looking. If you keep looking, I'll call for help. Just a little further away from the passageway. Call the swindler out and stab you to death." The cat was not afraid of him. At least not now. It was too close to the fake sky tomb. There were many experts inside. No matter how strong Feng was, the heavenly King Zhenwang, the martial king, and the god creation envoy were all present. The god creation envoy kicked its butt and said calmly, "Don't bother with this cat. It has too much to do with you. You can't afford it." Feng looked at them coldly and regained his calm. He said indifferently, "Cat, it's good to be a cat like back then. Why do you have to personally participate in this?" The cat turned its head and stuck out its tongue. It said proudly, "Idiot! Do you really think this cat is stupid? If I don't find a backer, what I had in the past won't be enough. All of you want to kill this cat. This cat already knows. This cat will anger you to death. If I have to find another backer, I will kill all of you." The cat was proud of itself. "This cat is so smart. I have to find a backer to anger you to death." Feng's expression returned to normal as he said indifferently, "Cat, even the Spirit Emperor almost couldn't protect you back then. What's the use of counting on these people?" The cat twisted its butt and couldn't be bothered with him. The god creation envoy also walked faster and faster. This cat had been a little inflated recently, so he had to get rid of it quickly. He didn't want to fight with Feng right now. There was no need. The cat didn't mind. Riding on the Sika deer, it was in a good mood. It was almost humming a tune. Chapter 1186. In the fake sky grave, at the entrance of the passageway, the battle was rushed. In a rush, the Overlord was killed. Fighting King was like a candle in the wind. Under the protection of Feng's mentality, he quickly recovered his golden body, but his face was pale and his eyes were dim. He did not look as domineering as he did today. Sky King suppresses the 3 realms. In the blink of an eye, he became the biggest joke among the Sky Kings. Failing to kill Feng Ping, and even killing 2 of his juniors, Feng personally appeared. Enough! A cold roar reverberated in all directions. Feng's silhouette appeared. The silhouette was shaking. At this moment he was furious. "Li Zhen, Do you really want to fight me to the end? Suppressing, Heavenly King looked at the sky. Who are you calling? I don't know. I'm not Li Zhen. The others looked at Suppressing, Heavenly King. Someone snorted softly, still pretending. Li Yu, the Weapon Grandmaster's eldest disciple, Li Yu. He said it as if it was true. In the end, Feng might not have a good character, but he was definitely experienced. He was a beginner martial artist. If he called out Li Zhen, then it was definitely Li Zhen. Feng shouted. In the end, at this critical juncture, Zhang Tao suddenly threw a punch. A sneak attack. The others had stopped, but he suddenly threw a punch. Fighting King roared. Feng's mentality exploded, and they attacked Zhang Tao together. Zhang Tao retreated quickly, scolding, "How dare you attack us? Let's fight together and kill them." They came in here to obtain the 9 Emperor Seals. They didn't come in earlier or later. They came in now for the treasures. Fang Ping hurriedly added, not only the 9 Emperor Seal, but also the powerhouses of the 3 realms. They have unified the 3 realms and rebuilt the Heavenly Court. They want to restore the old Heavenly Court. His words shook everyone's hearts. Him. On the other side, Hong Yu suddenly roared, "It's him." I said, "It's not me, but you guys insisted on chasing me." Feng was stunned. How could he be implicated in this? What did the catacombs rebuilding the Heavenly Court have to do with him? Hong Yu was helping him just now. In order to get rid of the blame, he threw the blame on him. "Bastard, it's you?" The sea-suppressing envoy and the others were a little skeptical, but the matter of re-establishing the Celestial Court did make them feel uncomfortable and extremely unhappy. Fang Ping said hurriedly, "It's him." He even conferred titles to 4 emperors, 3 envoys, and 8 kings. Heaven Reverse is the new Emperor of Heaven Reverse. The one who just died is the new Emperor of Heaven Reverse. I killed the other one, Emperor of Heaven Destruction. Feng's expression was livid. He said coldly, misleading the masses with lies. Fang Ping humphed coldly. "Whether it's true or not, don't you know? It's not like Heaven Overlord and Overlord haven't appeared before. Do you really think no one knows them?" At this moment, Heavenly King, subduing, said faintly, "Exactly." Previously, this old man was still wondering where this newly ascended Heavenly King came from. So it was Heaven defying. Heaven Conqueror and Overlord are both from your faction. In that case, the person who shot Unquestionable Jian with an arrow in the dark back then was also from your faction? Fang Ping was confused. What did he mean by killing Unquestionable Sword? At this moment, the Demon Emperor did not speak. He merely glanced at Feng and did not say anything. This was also in the past of the Emperor's tomb. Back in the Emperor's tomb, the 10 emperors had besieged him. Could a venerable sovereign kill him? At that time, he had already displayed the strength of a sage. However, someone secretly shot an arrow at him, almost killing him when he had the strength of a sage back then. Of course, later on, he faked his death and escaped because of this arrow. If it was not so, the 3 realms would not believe that he was dead. It was not that easy for some emperors to kill him. Feng's gaze was cold. He looked at Heavenly King, subduing, and said after a while, "So what? Unquestionable Jian has already killed Earth Battle. This matter is long over." Heavenly King, subduing, gave Unquestionable Jian a surprised look. "When did you kill him?" Unquestionable Jian's expression was indifferent. When he saw Heavenly King, subduing, looking at him, he said lightly, "When I got out of the Emperor's tomb, I killed him along the way." Heavenly King, subduing, nodded and did not say much. He smiled. "I see. Earth Battle. Conferring titles to the 4 emperors." "Conferring? How bold of you. Didn't you confer titles to the 9 emperors? Why don't you confer titles to all 9 emperors and make you the Emperor of the Emperors? Isn't that better? Re-establishing the Heavenly Court and conferring titles to the 4 emperors. Your ambition is not small." Heavenly King, subduing, looked at him coldly. "The Heavenly Court will not be re-established by me. This black pot was too big. Heavenly King, subduing, was speechless. How could he blame him for this? But now, some things were hard to say. It was not that no one knew the 4 disciples. The sea guardian and the rest were furious. Feng glanced at them, then at Hong Yu. He was even more furious. Hong Yu had actually made him the scapegoat. At this moment, Feng did not care anymore. He snorted coldly. Re-establishing the heavenly court was done by Hong Yu's people. Hong Yu, there are some things that you have done, so you have to bear the consequences. It's not your place to frame me. Both of them were on the same boat earlier. In the blink of an eye, they had turned against each other. Hong Yu laughed. Heavenly King, subduing, I've already said that I'm not Hong Yu. I'm not qualified to re-establish the heavenly court. Emperor Rin has just entered from the outside world. Don't you know who rebuilt the heavenly court? Fang Ping was speechless. Both of them were not good people. He had thought that both of them were in cahoots earlier. Now it seemed like they each had their own plans. At this moment, Fang Ping snorted. Who knows what's going on between you two? There are people from all walks of life in the new heavenly court anyway, including people from the earthly emperor bloodline, people from the Fengtian bloodline, people from the earthly emperor god dynasty. How would I know who rebuilt it? Although that was what he said, Fang Ping added. But it's true that the Fengtian bloodline suppressed us humans in order to establish their position in the heavenly court. Feng looked at him and said mildly, Fang Ping, there are some things that you can't say. At this moment, Li Zhu said faintly, It's too complicated. So complicated. Everyone, why don't you just do it and clean it up? The Fengtian bloodline, Hong Yu bloodline, and humans are all very complicated. There were many heavenly kings among the 3 bloodlines, but there were also many other heavenly kings. If it was messy, then let's make it even messier. We'll just kill them all. King Qian, King Koen, Sea Guardian, Sky Chief, Sky Polarity, King Sen, King Zhen, Demon Emperor. There were also many powerhouses outside the 3 bloodlines. As soon as he said that, Fang Ping said angrily, Stop pretending. The divine general of the right under your command, Gu Chuan and Tianyu, have been conferred as one of the 36 saints. You're also in cahoots with them. Stop pretending. The situation was getting more and more chaotic. Li Zhu laughed. Fang Ping, I'm a little curious. A heavenly king and even heavenly King Feng couldn't kill you. Yet you almost killed Do Tian just now. What's your strength? As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping almost killed a heavenly king, and he was almost forgotten by everyone. This guy was a little too powerful. Fang Ping said coldly, What? Divert attention? I was just about to join forces with everyone to kill Fengtian's bloodline, and you immediately focused on the humans. Li Zhu, do you think you can hide it from me? I know quite a lot about you. You're so capable. Back then, you killed the Palm Imprint envoy who worked with Heavenly King Feng. After that, you personally worked with Feng. Do you think I don't know? One is guarding the catacombs. The other is alone overseas. The catacombs and overseas are both yours. You purposely stirred up the 3 realms and caused chaos, causing the war of the 3 realms to break out, causing countless deaths and injuries. In the end, you guys reaped the benefits. If it wasn't for Feng Buxiang and Do Tian's death today, you wouldn't have done anything. Do you think I don't know about the shady business between you and Feng? I just didn't want to expose you before. Do you really think you're so great that you can scheme against everyone? Li Zhu sighed and chuckled. I don't want to quibble with you. Everyone in the 3 realms knows that Fang Ping is a good talker. Forget it. Fang Ping sneered. Pretending to be innocent? Now you're saying that you didn't kill the Palm Imprint envoy. You're worse than a pig or a dog. Do you dare to say it? If you dare to say it, I'll help you kill a heavenly king today. I'll kill whoever you want. We humans will pay any price. Childish. Childish my ass. Fang Ping sneered. Back then, when you killed the Palm Imprint envoy, you were injured and your origin was severely injured. You went to the cat tree for cat fruit to heal. I've already asked for it. It's been more than 2,000 years. Tell me, were you really born more than 100 years ago? Bullsh asterisk T. Everything was exposed. Li Zhu was still smiling. He shook his head helplessly and said nothing. The garrison Heavenly King and Martial King looked at Fong Ping. Fine. Kid, do you really know something or are you just spouting nonsense? At this moment, the expressions of King Kuan and the others changed. King Kuan was suddenly enraged. He had always thought that the three realms was under his control. Now, he realized he knew nothing. On the other side, beside Moon's spirit, Heaven's pole gulped. What was going on? Complicated. They were all very sinister. There were so many stories in the three realms that I didn't know. The Palm Imprint envoy was killed. Li Zhu killed him. The Palm Imprint envoy and Feng worked together. In the end, the Palm Imprint envoy died and Li Zhu continued to work with Feng. Hong Yu was involved too. It seemed like he was working with Feng too. This relationship was so complicated that he could not understand it. Also, this Fong Ping fellow was also very scary. Heaven's pole looked around. It seemed like only the two kings were more ignorant than him. No, the two kings might be Hong Yu's men. This was also very complicated. Heaven's pole looked at Moon's spirit again. This was Hong Yu's wife, King Kuan's sister-in-law, no matter how he thought about it. He was the most helpless one. Heaven's pole quietly took a few steps back. He was not crazy anymore. If he continued to be crazy, he might not even know how he died. Each was more sinister than the other. Maybe the people who had just teamed up with him would turn around and kill him. Just now, Hong Yu, Feng, and Li Zhu were still in the same group. In the blink of an eye, it was a mess. Previously, the Demon Emperor did not have a good relationship with the humans. He even hunted down King Wu and the others. Now, Fong Ping was here. When he asked him to attack, he attacked. The Weapon God envoy, who claimed to be in the same group as the Fengtian clan, killed the Overlord in the blink of an eye. Was he in the same group as the humans? Heaven's pole was still retreating. He felt that he could not stay any longer. He should have taken the opportunity to go out just now. No, a few powerhouses had barged in. He really could not go out. Now, these people did not seem to want to go out. He really wanted to go out, but unfortunately he could not. Everyone was silent. Were they still going to fight? Who should they fight? At this moment, Fong Ping suddenly said, King Kuan, your lair has been destroyed by the Fengtian clan. Most of your people are dead. Are you willing to join forces with us? Feng laughed. He could not help but laugh. Fong Ping, even if you want to frame me, you. Before he could finish, Fong Ping sneered. Suddenly, he took out an item and tossed it casually. In the next moment, two people appeared in the air. Daoist Fengyin and Dexing. Daoist Fengyin seemed to be just a program. He sighed. Sect Master, the divine sect has been destroyed. The Fengtian clan killed their way into the heavenly court, killed Thunder, Flaming Ji, destroyed the sect master's avatar, took away heavenly wood, destroyed the heavenly court, Dexing, and I can only join forces for the humans who have not been completely destroyed. Sect Master, the Fengtian clan should be killed. The sect master wants to avenge the gods of the divine sect. Spiritual energy doppelganger program thing. However, it was indeed Fengyin and Dexing. Fong Ping had wanted to come in for a long time. Previously, he was forced by the Fengtian clan. He was also thinking about what to do if he met King Kuan after coming in. There was no other way. Push the blame. Who should he push it to? Of course, it was the Fengtian clan. As a matter of fact, he met King Kuan as soon as he came in. King Kuan frowned. My avatar died in the hands of the Heavenly Hound. It was not like he did not know who killed the avatar. Did Fong Ping really think that he was an idiot when it came to Tengu and Stonehenge? Fong Ping was speechless. The resurrection of the Heavenly Hound and the Spring Guardian was planned by the Fengtian clan. Don't you know? Of course I know who killed your avatar. Everyone saw it that day. It was the Heavenly Hound and the Spring Guardian. but they were resurrected by the Fengtian clan. King Kuan snorted coldly. He was still a little doubtful. Feng's expression was even colder. He looked at Feng Ping with an unfriendly expression. Feng Ping pointed to the sky. Feng Yun and Dexing said it, not me. These two know that I'm going to escape here this time. They want me to tell them that they're having a hard time now. They're being hunted by the Heavenly Court Saints. King Kuan, I can't bribe these two. I don't have resources, I don't have imperial cultivation methods, and I don't have the strength to suppress them. Compared to me, the Fengtian clan is much stronger. If I really want to suppress them, they should be suppressed by the Fengtian clan. Of course, unless they betray you. Believe it or not, it's up to you. King Kuan's expression was still ugly. Who destroyed the divine sect? He knew that the Avatar was killed by the Heavenly Hound, but he did not know the details. Now that the Fengtian clan was involved, he felt that things were getting complicated. Previously, he was suspicious of the humans. The Heavenly Hound and the cat were on good terms. The cat was with the humans, so he felt that the humans did it. But now the Fengyin and Dexing came forward and said that the Fengtian clan did it. Did these two betray him, or did they mean it? The situation was getting more and more complicated. Heavenly King Zhen and Zhang Tao looked at Feng Ping suspiciously. If the two of them had not heard from Tianmu, they might have been fooled by you. Why don't you change your expression when you lie? But then again, they were surprised when Tianmu said that the Fengyun and Dexing had joined forces with the humans. It was normal for King Kuan to be confused now. On one hand, it was his general who said it. On the other hand, he knew that the Heavenly Hound had destroyed his avatar. He did not know the details, so it was hard to judge whether it was true or not. At this moment, Feng Ping said again, "Venerable Emperor Yueling, this Hongyu is fake, not really fake. He's a kind of possession. He's a mixture of many fallen powerhouses' origins. Maybe Hongyu is part of it, but not all of it. I don't know what you're thinking. Anyway, the Hongyu now is definitely not the Hongyu you think he is. Also, he disguised himself as the Earthly Emperor's avatar for 3,000 years and didn't even look at you. If you still think he's Hongyu, your cultivation partner, then you can continue working with him. Outside, your father's disciple, Sage Yue, has already reached an agreement with me. We're working happily with Mount Wangwu. Before I came in, Sage Yue told me to take care of you if I see you. After all, you're the North Emperor's daughter. She doesn't want to see you get hurt." Moon Spirit's expression changed. She looked at Hongyu and asked in a low voice, Is what he said true?" True or false?" Moon Spirit said mournfully, 5,000 years ago, on the day the Earthly Emperor God dynasty was established, the Earthly Emperor's sword wanted to fly to the Earthly Emperor God dynasty. But that wasn't the Earthly Emperor's summon. It was someone else's. As for the Earthly Emperor's sword, I've already given it to you. You gave it to me to protect myself. The Earthly Emperor's sword no longer needs it. Only you can summon it. Tell me, is it you? You're so cruel. We've been neighbors for 3,000 years, but you've never once come to see me. I've waited for you at the peak of Mount Wangwu for 3,000 years. Even when the dynasty was destroyed, you didn't even come to see me. Why? Does becoming an emperor mean giving up everything? What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that I'll expose you and tell everyone that you're Hongyu? Why? Moon Spirit's voice was mournful, her eyes bloodshot. I don't want to believe it. I'd rather believe that Hongyu died a long time ago. He died in the battle that destroyed the heavenly realm. Moon Spirit's voice was mournful. Today, tell me, are you really Hongyu? Hongyu's expression changed. After a long while, he said slowly, Hongyu is dead. Moon Spirit's blood tears fell. You are indeed no longer Hongyu. Moon Spirit smiled sadly. She knew. She had lied to her for 8,000 years. She lied to her that Hongyu was dead, killed by someone else. More than 2,000 years ago, unquestionable Jian came to Mount Wangwu and told her that he had seen Hongyu and inherited Hongyu's swordsmanship. Moon's spirit thought that since the dynasty was destroyed, he would come to find her. However, he did not. Still not. She lied to her again. He was dead, or she did not want to implicate him. After all, it was a huge, dangerous matter. But today he had appeared for many days and kept avoiding her. He even kept repeating that he was no longer Hongyu. Hongyu was really dead. Celestial Pole was on the verge of breaking down. Let me go. He was going crazy. Moon's spirit had been looking for a cultivation partner for 8,000 years. He had thought that she did not know anything. But now she seemed to know who Hongyu was, and that he was the earthly emperor's clone. That sent chills down his spine. This woman was so tolerant. The earthly emperor god dynasty had been established for 3,000 years, but she had not said a word. Previously, she had been acting like everyone had wronged Hongyu. Now that he thought about it, this woman probably knew the situation better than anyone else. Celestial Pole continued to retreat. He could not stay here anymore. He had thought that Moon's spirit was as miserable and pitiful as him. Now that he thought about it, this woman knew more than he did. Father! Celestial Pole began to call him father again. He missed the carefree days when his father was still alive. No one plotted against him. At least, no one dared to plot against him. But now, every step was treacherous. In the next moment, Celestial Pole suddenly fled. He was the first to escape. No one was going to deal with him, but he ran. He ran very fast. He could not stay here any longer. He ran. Everyone was confused. Why did he run when no one was going to deal with him? Did it have anything to do with him? On this side, Celestial Pole ran away. Moon Spirit looked at Hongyu, smiled bitterly, and turned to leave as well. King Qian looked at everyone and said nothing. I'll leave too. He tore through the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sage Tian Kuei looked left and right. A group of people were plotting against each other. As a loner, he did not want to join in the fun anymore. Tian Kuei ran away. Seeing that everyone had run away, the two kings glanced at Hongyu. Seeing that Hongyu did not say anything, they paused for a moment and left as well. They could not stay here any longer. The scene was much quieter now. King Sun and King Zhen had also run away with King Qian. No one knew if they were hiding in the void. King Kuin Hongyu, the Demon Emperor, Li Zhu, Heaven Dotian, Feng, God Creation Envoy, Sea Guardian, and the humans were the only ones left. Fang Ping licked his lips, eager to make a move. There are so many people on my side. The Demon Emperor was one. Although the God Creation Envoy only had one avatar, didn't Feng only have one avatar? Could he take the opportunity to kill a few? While he was still thinking, Heavenly King Zhen's voice rang in his mind. Stop plotting. The situation is complicated now. Those who left are probably hiding in the dark. If we really start a war now, someone might take advantage of us. Fang Ping was a little unwilling. Kill Heaven Dotian, a crippled heavenly king. This is a rare opportunity. Heavenly King Zhen was speechless. Why did you say that killing a heavenly king was so easy? Even if Heaven Dotian was crippled, he was a heavenly king powerhouse and had extremely strong recovery abilities. With the addition of Feng's mentality, he still had the combat strength of a heavenly king. If they really fought, once someone seized the opportunity, those heavenly kings who ran away might come out to take advantage of them. He should take the opportunity to avoid them, lest the others join forces. Let's go. At this time, Old Zhang also sent a voice transmission. Fang Ping came in. He had a lot of questions to ask now. If he stayed here for too long, it would be easy for problems to arise. It was not that the human race did not have enemies. They were everywhere. Fang Ping's few words made everyone not in the mood to fight together, but it did not mean that it could always be like this. Fang Ping was still a little unwilling. He wanted to kill Heaven Dotian before leaving. But now, even though there was no one to help on Feng's side, when the human race and the Fengtian bloodline were fighting, the others might not sit idly by. There's no hurry. There will be plenty of opportunities. Fang Ping comforted himself. Since I'm in, I'm not in a hurry. Take it slow. If I don't kill a few heavenly kings this time, I won't go out." He also wanted to ask old Zhang and the others about their recent situation. Right now, some people were unknown enemies, and he did not know too much about the situation. It was not easy to judge which heavenly king was easy to fool. It would not be too late to come back after knowing the details. Thinking of this, Fang Ping sent a few voice transmissions. In the next moment, Fang Ping suddenly shouted, "Attack!" Fang Ping, Heavenly King Zhen, Old Zhang, God Creation Envoy, Demon Emperor, the 5 of them attacked together. Heaven, Dotian, and Feng were full of anger, unleashing all their strength. Instead of blocking, they tore space apart and escaped. Damn it, today was not the right time to come in. Just now, their escape was going smoothly. At this moment, they felt something was not right and used their mentality to sense. At this moment, Li Zhu almost cursed. With a rumble, a 7-petal lotus appeared with a slap of his palm. Blood spurted from his mouth, his palm exploded. Without a word, he turned around and ran. He was ready to run just now. Did he not think that Fang Ping and the others wanted to deal with the Feng Tian bloodline first? Who knew that they would turn around and deal with him? There was no justice in this world. Li Zhu tore the void, his speed extremely fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. On the other side, the expressions of the Sea Guardian envoys changed drastically, one after another. They broke through the void and escaped. After attacking, the few people did not chase after them. Old Zhang said with a face full of emotion, "Interesting. After being chased for so many days, they actually killed them and ran away in panic today. It's quite satisfying. It was quite satisfying today. Look, this Li Zhu guy usually acted like he was a good person, not provoking anyone, saying that he was very weak, asking everyone not to hit him. But today he was beaten until his true strength was exposed. Broken 7 strength. This guy hid his strength well." Old Zhang sighed. The few people from Celestial Terminus who had already escaped cursed in their hearts. Another schemer. Li Zhu broke 7. It was beyond their expectations. Li Zhu did not show such powerful strength previously. As for the escaping Li Zhu, he felt like vomiting blood. In fact, he was still vomiting blood, feeling extremely depressed. "Weren't you guys going to kill the Feng Tian bloodline? Why did you suddenly attack me?" There was no need to ask. It was that bastard Fang Ping's decision. Zhang Tao and the Heavenly King subduing had previously thought that they would not be enemies with him temporarily. After all, he did not show much hostility. However, as soon as Fang Ping came in, these people joined forces to deal with him. Who else could it be if not Fang Ping? They ran away, but Fang Ping did not give up. He roared, "Li Zhu, Feng Tian bloodline, Hong Yu, these guys are in cahoots." For Heavenly Kings, Li Zhu broke 7 peak. Hong Yu broke 8. Feng Yi broke 8. Fighting Heaven broke 6. Everyone, be careful when you meet them. Don't get close to them. Right? There are also the 2 useless kings, Tinji and Tianming. They are also in cahoots with Hong Yu. They can fight Heavenly Kings. Everyone, be careful. If you want to join forces with the humans, you can come to us. We will join forces and kill them. Otherwise, everyone will be in danger. Fang Ping, you are misleading people with lies. The humans are the strongest force. You are destined to be everyone's opponent. Fang Ping scolded. Li Zhu, the human strength is obvious. Everyone knows it. What about you guys? How many heavenly kings and saints are hiding? The saints and heavenly kings who have awakened in the outside world are all your people. Everyone, think about it. Is the hidden scarier or the obvious scarier? Don't think I don't know that you guys are still in contact with a few Chu-Wu leaders. Do you think the humans are so ill-informed? Do you think I'm one of those stupid old antiques who hide in the dark and plot against us? King Qian, the Sea Guardian, and the others have been in closed-door cultivation and are ill-informed. I'm not. Pretending to be weak with me serves you right. You people have schemed for tens of thousands of years and achieved nothing. You don't even dare to admit it. A bunch of trash. Fang Ping provoked. It was very satisfying. King Qian, the Sea Guardian, and the others who had already left looked terrible. They were looked down upon. This was nothing. They were all old, they could tolerate it. However, Li Zhu and the others were in contact with the Chu Wu supreme powerhouses. Was it true? I should have killed him the moment I saw him. At this moment, Li Zhu was also helpless. He had said it before. He should have killed him the moment he saw him. No one listened to him. Listen, this guy was spouting nonsense. He did not feel guilty at all. The most important thing was, some things were actually true. Although Fang Ping was spouting nonsense, some things were also his own guesses. Guessing was not against the law. It did not matter, even if he guessed wrong. He just said it casually and it might be useful. Now that he had done this, who would dare to get close to them? Didn't they see that Tian Chief and the others had gone their separate ways? They did not dare to work with them anymore. P.S. 7,000 words chapter, only 2 chapters left. If I stay up until the 3rd chapter, I still have to drag it out tomorrow. Chapter 1187. In the fake sky grave, the sudden battle ended with the fall of the Overlord and the escape of all parties. The human side had gained the upper hand. In a dilapidated building, Zhang Tao and the heaven-suppressing king looked at Fang Ping strangely. The weak Fang Ping of the past was now shockingly powerful, killing a saint, fighting a heavenly king, stirring up a storm in the 3 realms. Not long after entering the fake sky grave, everyone arrived on March 1st. It was only the beginning of May. In these 2 months, the world had been turned upside down. The 3 major domains had been destroyed, and so had the evil sections. The catacombs, Emperor Nan's bloodline, and Emperor Renhuang's bloodline had all lost their saints. Now, the Fengtian bloodline had lost their saints as well. Fang Ping stirred up a bloodbath in the 3 realms. Saints were slaughtered one after another. The number of true gods and emperors killed over the past few days was probably no less than the number of people who died in the fake heaven grave. Under Fang Ping's leadership, the weak humans dominated the 3 realms. The catacombs guarded by the 9 saints did not dare to invade. Human King Fang Ping. In just 2 short months, Fang Ping's name had spread throughout the 3 realms. He was truly known by the powerhouses, and no one dared to underestimate this 21-year-old human powerhouse anymore. In the fake heavenly grave, Fang Ping's first appearance stirred up a storm, leaving a deep impression on everyone. This was a human king, the king of this generation. He was not inferior to a martial king. In fact, he might even be stronger. King Wu stabilized the situation of the human race, allowing them to move forward with ease. The human king, on the other hand, had led the human race to expand their territory under stable conditions, turning the human race into a peak power in the 3 realms. At this moment, the heavenly King Jintian and Zhang Tao had complicated looks in their eyes. Only they knew how much they were feeling. Fang Ping, who had stirred up trouble in the past, was still stirring up trouble now. However, after stirring up trouble, he was now on equal footing with them. As time went by, the human race had already stood tall in the 3 realms. Who dared to say that the human race was the weakest? Looking at the young Fang Ping, the heavenly King Zhen was filled with endless emotions. Zhang Tao also stared at Fang Ping for a while. As he stared, he smiled and reached out his hand to touch Fang Ping's head. What an affectionate expression! If bystanders were to see this, they would probably be greatly moved. The martial king stroked the crown. The inheritance was orderly. If this was recorded by someone, it might become a story in the future. However, Fang Ping did not think so. Creak! Creak! The ear-piercing sound of friction even made sparks appear on Fang Ping's head. Fang Ping's expression darkened. He glared at Zhang Tao. What was the meaning of this? Why did you pinch my head? Did I offend you? Heavenly King Zhen, Devil Emperor, and the others watched from the side. Seeing the murderous intent in their eyes, they all took a step back. Were these two going to fight? Zhang Tao was still, smiling brightly. "Kid, your head is quite hard. Does it hurt?" "I'm afraid your hand will hurt." "Don't worry, my hand can break the heavens." 9 refinements of the golden body, Yang Qi said. His skull is as strong as a heavenly monarch's. So what if you're a heaven breaker? If your hand hurts, just tell me. Don't pretend. Brat, you want to compete with me? You pinched my head. Do you think it's like before? Fang Ping's gaze was unfriendly. With the current me, killing a saint is a piece of cake. Killing a heavenly king is also just a matter of a day and a night. Don't look for trouble for no reason. Do you still think it's the same as in the past? Fang Ping's face was full of arrogance. Back then, you hit me whenever you wanted to, beat me whenever you wanted to, and did not give me a chance to speak whenever you wanted to try again now. Zhang Tao was still smiling. His large hand tightened, clutching Fang Ping's head. Sparks continued to erupt. Fang Ping's head swelled up. His hair stood on end like a divine weapon, piercing old Zhang's palm until it was on fire. Beside him, Boundless Force's eyes widened. What was going on? Was the former king and the current king about to fight? Was the King Wu dissatisfied that Fang Ping had taken the King Wu's position? Was the human race going to fight among themselves? Just as Boundless Force was feeling a little scared, Zhang Tao suddenly let go of his hand. His face was full of relief, but there was an indescribable sadness in his relief. You've grown up, you've really grown up. Zhang Tao's gaze was slightly gloomy. He said softly, "Do you remember when I first met you?" Fang Ping thought for a while and said gloomily, "When the Tian'an Catacombs battle ended, I saw you in person for the first time in Tian'an." "You still remember?" Of course, Fang Ping still remembered. Actually, not too long ago, the Tian'an battle was also the first time more than 10 rank, 9 powerhouses participated in the battle. They destroyed the Tian'an Catacombs, rank 9 powerhouses, and conquered the Tian'an Catacombs. In that battle, King Axe and a few other rank 9 powerhouses died in battle. Many rank 8 and rank 7 powerhouses died in the catacombs. In that battle, Fang Ping came into contact with the bounded domain for the first time. It was also the first time his name spread among the rank 9 powerhouses circle. It was also that time when he came out of the Tian'an catacombs and met Zhang Tao. He met Li Zhen. That time the Netherworld King and the Martial King left a deep impression on him. They would only fight for this lifetime. The 2 Sino nations, 2 new martial artists who did not ask for resurrection or rebirth, told everyone that they would only fight for this lifetime. Since then, only a little more than a year had passed. At that time, Fang Ping had just entered rank 6. Today, Fang Ping could fight a saint. Zhang Tao said emotionally, "Yes, the Tian'an battle ended. Sino Nation won." According to the intel I received, the one who contributed the most was MCMAU Fang Ping. In order to help Wang Jinyang find his instructor, Fang Ping went deep into the catacombs. A rank 6 martial artist, a second-year student. I'm a martial arts university student. Zhang Tao put his hands behind his back and smiled. That time I met you, Wang Jinyang, and the rest. I've heard of you guys for a long time. In the first and second martial arts university championships, you, Fang Ping, made your name known everywhere and shook all martial arts universities. Not only that, I also know that you instigated Wu Quishan and the rest. The 10 high grandmasters went to Capital City together and forced the 3 major groups to give in. Tianmu even scolded me, Zhang Tao, in front of the Capital City grandmasters for not knowing the suffering of martial artists at the bottom level. At that time, I knew you, Fang Ping. You're quite capable, and you have the gift of the gab. You just became the president of MCMAU Martial Arts Society, and you could already instigate Wu Quishan and the rest. You're a prick, a big prick. Zhang Tao looked at him and smiled. At that time, you, Fang Ping, were still weak. but I like prickly people. The more prickly they are, the more trouble they can cause for the enemy on the battlefield. Li Zhen likes people who are calmer. Nan Yunhua likes people who are quieter. As for me, I like people who like to stir up trouble. Zhang Tao was high-spirited. He laughed. Because I'm that kind of person. When I was young, I stirred up trouble. I dared to do anything and was willing to do anything. When I was rank 6, I wandered around the Forbidden Zone. When I was rank 7, I went to the Forbidden Sea to hunt for treasures. When I was rank 8, I attacked the boundaries. There was nothing I didn't dare to do. The 3 ministers who took over cleaned up after me a lot, including the 2 guardians who founded neo-martial arts. They also helped me solve many big problems. I can't stay idle. I can't stop. When I reached rank 9, the previous minister died in battle in the catacombs, Zhang Tao suddenly said with a hint of sadness. At that time, I told myself that I couldn't be reckless anymore. King Wu was dead. The one who survived was Zhang Tao, one of the 3 ministers of Sino Nation. I became timid. I didn't dare to fight anymore. I didn't even dare to enter the catacombs anymore. I was afraid to die. I knew that when King Wu became active again, I would have a successor. Zhang Tao laughed. I've inspected many people. MCMAU's old vice-chancellor, including the current vice-chancellor Wu Quishan, the Southern Guardian Wu Chuan, the Education Ministry's Wang, Qinghai. These people were all on my inspection list. At that time, I never thought of handing my future to the younger generation. I'm talking about the younger generation below 40 years old. Until you appeared. Zhang Tao's eyes shone. He laughed. The younger generation has risen so fast that it's beyond my expectations. Star Town's Zhang Hao, NMAU's Wang Jinyang, CCMAU's Li Hansong, FMS's Yao Qingjun, MCMAU's Fang Ping. It's too fast. Zhang Tao laughed. Haven't you noticed that ever since your rise, King Wu's name has appeared in the catacombs again? Before this, I haven't fought for many years. Li Zhen often fights with the catacombs, powerhouses. As for me, even if I fight, it's only in the air. I don't fight anymore. After King Wu broke through to the peak, he had almost never fought with powerhouses again. It was very, very rare. However, during the period when Fang Ping rose, King Wu's name resounded in the catacombs again. He fought everywhere and fought with true kings, because Zhang Tao felt that someone could take over his position in the future. He had his eyes on Fang Ping, especially when Fang Ping entered rank 7 quickly. At that time, although he was still stirring up trouble, Zhang Tao felt that his opportunity had come. When you entered the restricted area that time, MCMAU and the catacombs were at war. I had the intention to train you. I wanted you to understand that the big picture is more important. Zhang Tao said lightly, "What's the big picture?" Humanity's future is the big picture. No matter how strong an individual is, it's still an individual heroism. The human race needs to be strong, and that's in the whole. However, that time, I realized that you and I are different. Zhang Tao looked at Fang Ping. I am me and you are you. I wanted to cultivate you into a second Zhang Tao. Obviously, I was wrong. What the human race needed was not a second Zhang Tao or a second martial king. One more martial king would not change anything. You are yourself, Fang Ping. The facts have proven that you've done very well. Maybe there are some imperfections, but when it comes to big things, there's no perfection. You far exceeded my expectations. If that's the case, I think it's not wrong to hand the human race over to you. I've chosen the right person. At this moment, Zhang Tao was less unruly and more solemn. Since you can do it well, then I'm relieved. Originally, I was worried that after I left, the human race might be in big trouble. You're more impulsive than me, and you're still young. When you think about things, you often don't consider the consequences. After Zhang Tao said that, something suddenly appeared in his hand. At this moment, The God creation envoy's avatar, the demon emperor, and the heavenly king's expressions changed slightly. Fong Ping fixed his eyes on it. It was a little strange. It looked like a square seal, not a saint's token. I'll leave it to you, Zhang Tao. At this time the heavenly king spoke. The heavenly king was no longer playful. He said solemnly, "Why now? After all, Fong Ping is still young." Zhang Tao ignored him and said, "This is not something important. This square seal was refined from the earth's famous mountains, the water of the Great Lake, the chi of powerhouses, and a drop of blood from dozens of ultimate realm martial artists, as well as hundreds of countries around the world. 6 holy lands and various forces approved and refined a seal together. The human race seal. There was no practical meaning. It was just a symbol. The human race of this generation might not approve of it. Today, Zhang Tao, the heavenly king, spoke again. The God creation envoy's eyes flickered, and the demon emperor's expression changed. He knew about this seal. Jiang Hao had been thinking about it for a long time. In the beginning, only Huan nation recognized it. After that, some countries joined in one after another and recognized the seal. After that, King Wu fought everywhere and displayed his divine might. The 6 holy lands recognized this seal one after another. As a result, it became a seal recognized by the leaders of all the forces of the human race. Perhaps it could be called the Human King Seal. It was not a divine weapon, nor was it a sharp weapon. It was a symbol of honor and status. At this moment, the heavenly king said solemnly, "The Human King Seal is not a treasure, and Fong Ping is still young. Even if his battle results are brilliant, you are still alive. There is no need to rush." Zhang Tao smiled and said, "Because of this, it might be better to give it to him now. If I give it to him, I can relax and go all out. I don't have to worry about anything anymore." Zhang Tao's somewhat smooth aura disappeared in an instant. Like a sharp sword, he said in high spirits, "Did I, King Wu, rely on my mouth to achieve the title of King Wu? No. I relied on killing enemies to obtain the title of King Wu. Now I don't dare to fight. I don't dare to fight to the death. I'm afraid. I have something in my heart. I don't dare to fight to the death. I'm afraid that if I die, what about the human race?" Zhang Tao looked at him and said coldly, "Do I count on you? No matter how strong you are not human. In your heart, the human race may be important, but what is important is not the human race, but the future and what it can bring you. I don't dare to die. On the day my godfather died in battle, I didn't dare to die. It was difficult to move forward, and the road ahead was lost. Who could make me feel at ease? You can't. You've hidden too much. No matter how good you are to the human race, I'm not at ease. I'm afraid that one day you will feel that the human race has become a burden, and you will turn around and leave. Who are you? You are the subduing king. Suppress the 3 realms, suppress the world. The expert of the initial martial era, the guest of honor of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors." Zhang Tao gazed at him without blinking, at this powerful being who had been secretly guarding the humankind for 8,000 years. The human race had the present, and the subduing king was number 1. However, he was still worried. Zhang Tao then looked at the god-crafting envoy and the demon emperor and said softly, "You have hidden too much from me. You have hidden too much from the human race. You suppressed this god-crafting envoy. You secretly supported the demon emperor. I know a little, but I don't know much. I don't say it, and I don't dare to say it, because I'm afraid. I'm afraid that you will ignore the human race, leave and let go. I admit I am very utilitarian, but I have to be responsible for the 6 billion people. You have protected the human race for 8,000 years. You are the benefactor of the human race, a hero, but you are still not human." Zhang Tao looked at him again and said in a low voice, "You have never acknowledged the new martial arts. In your eyes, the new martial arts might just be inevitable, just your masterpiece and not an era that you are willing to integrate into. You lack something. I know, I knew it a long time ago. You are still high and mighty, and you do not see yourself as a part of the new martial arts, do you? Subduing King, I am not denying you today. I do not have the right to deny you. I just want to say that this is the future of the human race, not the future of you, Subduing King. If one day you acknowledge the human race, this seal, maybe it will not be like this. The cat had once said that the martial king and the subduing king would definitely fight. Fong Ping had heard this before, but he had long forgotten about it and did not take it seriously. But today, Fong Ping seemed to have understood a lot. The subduing king's expression was cold and solemn. He looked at Zhang Tao and said after a while, "Zhang Tao, your wings have hardened. So you feel that you don't need to rely on me anymore, right?" "That's not the case," Zhang Tao said seriously. "If it were not for you, even now, the human race would still be struggling. I just don't want to fall out with you at the last moment and become your mortal enemy. Today, Fong Ping is here, and I am also acknowledged by the human race and me as the king of this generation. I am here. Fong Ping is here. Today I want to hand over everything, Senior. This is the change in this. I have to make it clear. I also want to tell Fong Ping that you, Subduing King, have not acknowledged the human race. Senior is the support of the human race, but you are not the human race. You and I have to admit this." The Subduing King smiled faintly. "Do you have to be so clear? The survival of the race can be ignored by others, but the king must know. I have no ill intentions. Otherwise, the human race would not have come this far. I have never denied anything, Senior. I am just doing my duty." The Subduing King was silent. After a long time, he sighed softly. "Some things forget it. Since you say so, it's up to you." Zhang Tao said no more, holding the seal and looking at Fong Ping. Fong Ping looked at the small seal and reached out to touch it. It was cold to the touch, but the material seemed ordinary, and it did not have much power. He took it in his hand and weighed it. Zhang Tao watched him toss it up and down, the corner of his mouth twitching. This kid was more reliable. Fong Ping tossed it and threw the seal back. Zhang Tao hurriedly caught it, no longer as serious as before, and scolded angrily. "Be careful, don't throw everything around. This is the Subduing King's seal," Fong Ping said casually. "What Subduing King's seal? Emperor's seal? Take it yourself. I don't want it. What's the use of this thing?" "You are eager to get rid of everything. Eager to let go of the pressure and give all these to me. Why?" Fong Ping said impatiently. "I have just reached the peak. You are already a heavenly king, and you don't want to shoulder it yourself. You want me to shoulder it. Don't you feel embarrassed? I have not even caused you trouble, and you are still giving me trouble. Do you think I am stupid?" Fong Ping humphed. "You even gave me the big trouble of the Subduing King. How can I shoulder it?" The Subduing King's gaze was unfriendly. What did they mean? These two said that he was a big trouble in front of him, with a tone that said he would shoulder it. What did that mean? Zhang Tao also scolded loudly. "It is true that the Subduing King is trouble, but he is also a help. This old man is powerful. He will not fall out now. You are a human king. He will help you in the future. This old man is with me now. That is because I am still a human king. When you become the real king of the human race, this old man will come to your side. Don't you like to collect stamps, collect powerhouses? Cat, Heavenly Wood, God Forging Envoy, Devil Emperor, these people have all been gathered by you. Even the 4 reincarnations of the 4 emperors have been gathered by your side. Now you have gathered the old Subduing King. You are only short of emperors." On the side, the 3 powerhouses looked at each other, ready to make a move. Was it too late to kill these 2 generations of human kings now? What was this? What were these 2 bastards talking about? Were they transparent people? Did they think they were stamps, casually collecting stamps? Fong Ping shook his head and said, "No, I don't care about this. I am not your match now. You hold on by yourself. Don't look for me for these things. It is very tiring to deal with these old fellows. Don't you see that I have aged a little recently? The subduing king has lived for so long and has always been on the human side. He knows us too well. It is harder to fool us than the other old antiques. Anyway, I am not interested in scheming with him. If you have the strength, then fight with him. Enough! The subduing king could not help but shout, his eyes sharp as he stared at the two of them. In the next moment, under their shocked gazes, the subduing king raised his hand to the sky, grabbed the two of them, and squeezed them until they almost spat out white foam. Damn! The subduing king scolded. That's enough! Acting in front of me. The two of you are still a little lacking. Provoking me? It feels good to mock me a few times. When I roamed the 3 realms, the two of you were not even cells, and you still dare to do this to me. Now that your wings have hardened, you want to rebel. Do you think I can't see the look in your eyes? Why don't you stop pretending? You have to pretend a little more. The two of you cry. Maybe my heart will soften. The subduing king's hand was so tight that the two of them almost stuck out their tongues. Fang Ping's face was full of shock. What kind of strength did this old fellow have? Zhang Tao's body was also squeezed until it shrank. He could not help but curse. I knew you were hiding your strength. Although the two of them did not unleash their strength and did not resist much, he was still a heavenly king with the strength of a broken 6. The old fellow had pinched them with one hand, and they did not even have time to run. How strong was this guy? Breaking 7 was for sure. As for whether it was the peak of breaking 7 or breaking 8, it was still hard to say. The subduing king sneered, so what if I hide my strength? Hiding your strength is because you are weak. You are a little stronger. Now that you have broken 8 and broken 9, I will naturally not hide it anymore. If you are not convinced, then beat me up. Without some strength, you are still arrogant with me. I will beat you to death. You don't want to live a good life, but you insist on seeking abuse. The subduing king scolded with an unfriendly tone, making the forging god envoy and the demon emperor feel quite good. These two fellows were arrogant and despotic. Their attitude of not putting anyone in their eyes really made people very unhappy. Zhang Tao was helpless and said gloomily, Then let me ask you, what do you mean? If you don't recognize the human race, then tell us what you want to do. If we can support you, we will support you. After all, you have helped the human race for 8,000 years. What do I mean? The subduing king sneered. You two brats are not qualified to ask. Wait until your strength is there. Without strength, you ask all day long. What are you asking? Don't say that I don't recognize the human race. I don't recognize you. Why should I recognize you? You two are stronger than me. Are you two more meritorious than me? What human king Dao or human emperor Dao? That's something that I don't want, and you're still being arrogant. I am an easy person to talk to. When the two of you beat me up and I am willing, then I will naturally recognize you. Can I be willing to talk to you? The subduing king looked down on him. When the old man tricked those peak experts, the two of you weren't even a cell, and now you want to fight with me. Fang Ping and old Zhang looked at each other, their eyes filled with helplessness. Forget it. It was better not to provoke this old fellow now. If they were not as strong as him, they would be beaten up if they provoked him. It was better to ignore him. Chapter 1188. In the dilapidated building, Heavenly King Subduing had taught both of them a lesson. He felt much better now. Fang Ping and old Zhang looked at each other helplessly. They could not do anything to this old man. He was really strong. At this moment, everyone sat down. They did not care about the mess. They looked at each other. Zhang Tao spoke first. Unquestionable Jian, how should we deal with your body? The demon emperor said nothing. What did he mean by how should he deal with it? At this moment, Heavenly King Subduing regained his composure. He looked at him and said, slowly, it's been 1,000 years. It's time to make a decision. 1,000 years ago, you faked your death and escaped. You wanted to get rid of the schemes and control behind the scenes. Now 1,000 years have passed. The one who schemed against you back then should be Feng. Now, Feng has also appeared. What do you think? Unquestionable Jian still said nothing. Feng Ping was curious. He smiled and said, Unquestionable Jian, is your body controlled by Jiang Hao, or does it exist with your own consciousness? He was very curious. What kind of form was it? Were Mo Wen Jian and Jiang Hao considered one person or two people now? Was it one or two consciousnesses? Zhang Tao was not surprised that Feng Ping called out Jiang Hao's name. He had guessed it a long time ago. He just did not verify it. Today, Unquestionable Jian attacked because of Feng Ping's words. It meant that Feng Ping knew about it too. It was not surprising. The Demon Emperor's face was no longer illusory. It revealed a slightly cold face. His black martial arts uniform made him look even colder. At this moment, Unquestionable Jian looked at Feng Ping. After a long time, he said lightly, I am me. He is him. Unquestionable Jian is Unquestionable Jian. Jiang, how is Jiang Hao? Feng Ping smiled. In that case, both of you are independent consciousnesses. Unquestionable Jian said nothing. Beside him, Heavenly King, subduing, smiled. Not really. This body, although it has consciousness, it's only some remnant consciousness. It's not wrong to say that the real Unquestionable Jian is already dead. Feng Ping nodded. He thought for a while and asked, There are a few things I want to understand. 1,000 years ago, why did you bring all the human powerhouses into the catacombs? Why? At that time, many people were not strong. There were many rank 7s. Was it necessary to bring all of them in? And all of them died in battle. Unquestionable Jian glanced at Heavenly King, subduing, and said lightly, Changing the world. If the old does not go, the new will not come. At that time, the martial path of the human world had already declined, and those that remained were actually martial artists of the martial sections. The human world wanted to start a new martial path civilization, and the old should all disappear. Feng Ping frowned. Don't you think it's cruel? Those people are also martial artists of the human world. You're just sending them to their deaths. Cruel. Unquestionable Jian looked at him. If it wasn't cruel, do you think there would be today's neo-martial artists? If it wasn't cruel, would you be where you are now? That time, the weakening of the catacombs and the human world was a new beginning. It's time for the rotten and the old to scatter. So, you're doing this for the humans. From what Feng Ping heard, it seemed like he was doing this for the sake of humanity's neo-martial arts. Unquestionable Sword said indifferently, Not really. It's just that the martial way of the past has already declined. Since that's the case, why don't we start anew? Many people have this thought. 1,000 years ago, the old fogies of the martial arts world were already preparing to come out of seclusion. It was you who forced them into hibernation until now. Why? Because the timing isn't right. Opportunity? Feng Ping grasped the main point, his eyes burning. You know what's going to happen in the future. I don't believe you know that 1,000 years later, a new era will be opened. Don't tell me you can predict the future. I'm very curious. Why did they all wake up in this era? I don't believe it's an accident. Someone must have secretly set it up and gathered everyone in this era. Who is it? The 9 emperors? I realized that the living heavenly kings know something more or less. Otherwise, they wouldn't have all appeared now. Beside him, Heavenly King, subduing, smiled faintly. Some people know, some are just guessing. That's right. Gathering in this era was arranged by someone. Who? What's the purpose? Feng Ping asked. Heavenly King, subduing, pondered and said, As for who specifically, it's hard to say. The 9 emperors and 4 emperors might all be involved. Most of those who were killed back then didn't die. They've all been revived. This requires extremely powerful strength and control. The strength of those who died is different. How to ensure that they can all be revived at the same time and how much origin is left behind so that they can all be revived 8,000 years later. This isn't something an average person can do. What's the purpose? Heavenly King Subduing was silent for a moment, then said softly, maybe it's for the sake of a new Tao, to solve some of the flaws in beginner martial arts and origin, maybe. It's a struggle for power. Some people wanted to become the only one in the 3 realms. Some of the things that happened back then were also confusing. How could outsiders know everything? The 9 emperors and 4 emperors should know a little, but they might not know everything. Some of these people know clearly, but some are forced to participate. As he spoke, he looked at the God Creation Envoy. The God Creation Envoy was a little innocent and said gloomily, "Old man, don't look at me." This old man actually doesn't know much. Yes, this old man was the one who created the immortal origin. But back then, when he was creating the immortal origin, the 9 emperors came to me and asked me to cooperate. Could I refuse? Extracting the great Tao of the human world and stripping away the energy of the human world. Later, even the land started to carry out such a plan. Gradually, the entire 3 realms were included. The late stage of the immortal origin has already exceeded this old man's expectations, and this old man is unable to control it. Fang Ping asked, "What exactly is the immortal origin?" Immortal origin, the God Creation Envoy thought for a moment before saying, "Lifeline." The immortal origin might be considered the lifeline of the 3 realms. The immortal origin is considered a divine weapon, but it has also exceeded the scope of a divine weapon. The 9 emperors have modified it a lot, and I'm not too sure either. But I know that the current immortal origin is definitely different from the one back then. If the immortal origin is destroyed, the 3 realms might experience a catastrophe. Fang Ping frowned. Zhang Tao also said in a low voice, "Catastrophe? What catastrophe?" "It's hard to say." The God Creation Envoy thought for a moment and said, "There are some things that I really don't understand. Back then, only the 9 emperors and 4 emperors were qualified to know about this. The 9 emperors and 4 emperors are in cahoots?" Fang Ping frowned and said, "According to what you said, the 9 emperors and 4 emperors have a lot of plans, so aren't they in cahoots? Why did they fall out?" The God Creation Envoy smiled bitterly. This old man didn't have that kind of strength back then. After creating the immortal origin, I left the heaven realm. So how would I know so much? I don't know much about the later stages, but the creation of the immortal origin might have something to do with beginner martial artists. Heavenly King Subduing also said, beginner martial artists participated in it. Back then, a group of beginner martial artists did not die. Later on, when the war broke out, some beginner martial artists also participated in it. When Heavenly King Subduing said this, he pressed his hand and said, "There are some things that we know, but most of the key information is on the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. What we know is only some incomplete information. If we say it, it might not be beneficial. Instead, it will mislead you." Heavenly King Subduing shook his head. "It's not that we don't want to say it. First, your strength is not enough. It's not good for you to know. Second, what you know is only what you heard from us. Some things, if we say it, carry some subjective emotions. It will easily make you lose your judgment." Fang Ping snorted lightly and did not ask any more. However, at least he knew some things. The relationship between the 9 emperors and 4 emperors was more complicated than he imagined. At this time, everyone's gaze fell on the demon emperor again. Unquestionable sword, closed his eyes, and did not look at them. Heavenly King Subduing glanced at him and did not say anything. 1,000 years later, what would unquestionable sword choose? The current him was only a remnant of his spiritual consciousness and flesh. He could not be considered a complete person. Would he choose to merge with Zhang Hao? After merging, who would take the initiative and who would be passive? After merging, would they be the Demon Emperor or Zhang Hao? Or would they continue to maintain it? Fang Ping also did not know the Demon Emperor's plan. This, Zhang Hao did not mention. Heavenly King Subduing did not mention him and said, "Since Fang Ping is here this time, then this old man will talk about the next plan." Heavenly King, subduing, said, blindly killing people is not the solution to the problem. No matter how many people you kill now, it might not affect anything. The key is to strengthen yourself. Fang Ping, if you and Zhang Tao want to strengthen yourselves, there are a few ways now. And here, there is one thing that is very suitable for you. Heavenly King, subduing, said, slowly collect 36 saint tokens, 8 Heavenly King tokens, and the 9 Emperor's seal. Fang Ping said in a low voice, I know this, it's very useful, but for the improvement of our strength. It's very helpful, especially for you. Heavenly King, subduing, looked at him. You're walking a different path. Fang Ping, if you walk the origin path, you might never be able to get rid of some things in you. The Emperor path, I don't know if the Emperor path can change some things, but since you've walked this path, then the 9 Emperor seal is very suitable for you. At the side, the God Creation Envoy also said, in this 3 realms, it's hard to say who is the strongest divine weapon, the immortal source or the 9 Emperor's seal. These 2 are actually not offensive divine weapons, but at that point, one more offensive divine weapon doesn't mean much. The God Creation Envoy said seriously, if you collect all the 9 Emperor seals and combine them again, and then fuse with your current Emperor seal, it might be of great use. 8 Heavenly King seals, Heavenly King, subduing, continued. This old man has one. The 4 kings of Qian, Kuin, Sun, and Zhen each have one. According to what you said, there is 1 kingly seal over at the catacombs. This is 6 Heavenly King seals, and we're still missing 2 Heavenly King seals. Fang Ping hurriedly said, then where are these 2 Heavenly King seals? Are King Kand and King Dui dead? King Li was dead, this was confirmed. Back then he had died in the Earth Emperor Divine Dynasty, and even the King Li seal had been taken away by the catacombs. This was also the Heavenly King behind the realm beyond heaven. These 2 people, Heavenly King, subduing, thought for a while before saying, it's very likely that they died a long time ago and haven't appeared for many years. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of them reviving. They might have died in the heavenly realm back then. Since that's the case, it's possible for them to revive. These 2 Heavenly Kings were different from the others. The other Heavenly Kings were all alive, and the 2 of them had probably really died at that time. If they could still recover, it would probably be soon. 36 saint tokens. All these years, this old man has collected 3. Heavenly King, subduing, explained, losing these saint tokens actually almost means that those people are completely dead. You also have 3 saint tokens in your hands? Yes. Fang Ping nodded. He did have 3. I have 3, that's 6 saint tokens. There are 6 over at the catacombs. In addition, there are still 8 of the 36 saints alive here. Fang Ping said in surprise, so many? Of course. The 3 sect protectors and Sky Chief are 4. There are also 4 other people who came in before, but they don't show up very often. They have been looking for opportunities. That's 20 of them. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, then there are still 16 missing. That's not true. Heavenly King, subduing, laughed and said, in this place, some people also have saint tokens. Boundless Mountains, Venerable Emperor Wuya has one. Immortal Seeking Islands, Priestess Wenxian. Weiyu Mountains, Venerable Emperor Qingtong. Jade Dragon Skies, Venerable Emperor Yulong. These people all have saint tokens. Heavenly King, subduing, explained again. Some of these orthodoxies were actually passed down by some of the saints back then. Some are found in the source universe, by coincidence. Now, there are at least 25 saint tokens that can be found. I'm afraid the rest will be revived one after another, and some, maybe we can find them in the source universe. The God Creation Envoy added, it's mainly the 9 Emperor's seal. The Ash Cat is messing around. If it had said that the 9 Emperor's seal was in its hands, it wouldn't have. Heavenly King, subduing, laughed and said, that's fine. If we really gave it to them long ago, it might not be useful. Moreover, without the 9 Emperor's seal as a guide, these people might not come in. When he said this, Fang Ping smiled shyly and said, Senior, Then why don't you lend me your Heavenly King seal and 3 saint tokens? Heavenly King, subduing, had 3 saint tokens. This thing, how should he put it? Fong Ping felt that it was still very helpful to stabilize his source world. Moreover, after it was stabilized, it could rapidly expand the source world. It was a good treasure. This was only a saint token. What about the Heavenly King's seal? Heavenly King, subduing, sneered and said, "What do you have to exchange for it?" Huh? How what? Reaping without sowing. This is not the style of you neo-martial artists. Heavenly King, subduing, sneered and said, "What do you have to exchange for it?" Fong Ping was depressed. What do you have? Senior, I'm so poor now. What do I have to exchange for it? Zhang Tao said sarcastically, "What do you want?" At most, I'll spare your life in the future and not beat you to death. Isn't that enough? Heavenly King, subduing's expression, was ugly as he glared at him. What big words? Beat me to death? Believe it or not, this old man will beat you to death now. Ignoring him, Heavenly King, subduing, looked at Fong Ping and said, "I still have use for the Heavenly King's seal. I can lend you the 3 saint tokens, but this thing is mine. If you want it, you'll have to exchange it with something of equal value in the future, or other conditions of equal value." Fong Ping glanced at him, nodded, and did not refuse. He would get it first. 3 sage tokens, plus his own 3. That would make a total of 6 tokens. It would be very useful. Heavenly King, subduing, did not say much. Soon, 3 saint tokens appeared in his hand. 3 small seals. Fong Ping was a little happy, hurriedly taking it. At this moment, another 3 seals appeared in his hand. A total of 6 saint tokens. Fong Ping held it, suddenly glanced at Zhang Tao and smiled. "Old Zhang, do you want it?" Zhang Tao snorted and said disdainfully, "What use do I have for it? I still think that my strength is improving too quickly. You can keep it for yourself." He had indeed improved very quickly. Stabilizing the source, he had enough origin chi for his own use. Moreover, this thing lived for a long time. Since Fong Ping had already collected 3, he did not fight for this one. Once the saint token had been refined, it would belong to the owner, unless Fong Ping gave it up. But then the suppression effect of the saint token would be gone. Fong Ping did not stand on ceremony. At this time he looked at his own data. After thinking about it, the 3 saint tokens were lent to him by Heavenly King, subduing. They might not increase his wealth. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. The current him was afraid that the system would really upgrade. If it upgraded, it would be troublesome. In this place, there were countless powerhouses. Without replenishment, it would lose the ability to conceal one's aura. Even if Heavenly King, subduing, and old Zhang were here, it would not be safe. Previously, after killing Annihilation, he had obtained a saint token and a holy armor-level armor. As for the spear, he had thrown it to Zhang Hao. At this moment, Fong Ping's wealth had increased a lot. Safe. Now that he was safe, the 2 holy weapons had increased Fong Ping's wealth by about 30 billion. This meant that the value was as high as 300 trillion. Beyond imagination. The saint token was a combination, part of a divine weapon. It was very valuable. The last time Fong Ping obtained the saint token, his wealth had increased by a lot, more than 10 billion points. A holy armor-level armor was slightly more precious than a weapon. It was probably comparable to a saint token. Fong Ping calculated for a while. A saint token might be able to increase his wealth by 15 billion points. Today, in order to deal with the Overlord and Heavenly King Overlord's pursuit, he had broken into their origins many times. He had also expended a lot. Each time, he had used up hundreds of millions of wealth. Including his own recovery, he had probably used up more than 10 billion in total. After going back and forth, Fong Ping had gained close to 20 billion wealth. Wealth, 60 billion points vitality, 1,540,000 calories, 1,540,000 calories mentality, 19,500 hertz, 19,500 Hz, can be cut. Origin, vertical 2,400 meters, increase 114%. Horizontal 8,800 meters, increase 88%. Combat techniques. God-slaying saber techniques, plus 9%. Combat techniques combination deduction. 1 million points / time strength control. 83% limit outburst. 397-5200 cal / 4789400 Calfeng Ping had used up a lot of wealth. At this moment, he still had about 60 billion points. During this time, Fong Ping had mainly opened up the horizontal avenue. The width had already reached 8,800 meters. Vertically, the improvement was not slow either. It had only been a few days. Not long after he had successfully achieved Dao, Fong Ping had also reached 2,400 meters. In just a short period of time, while Fong Ping was mainly opening up the horizontal avenue, he had walked a distance of 400 meters. It was also shockingly fast. Fong Ping's mentality was almost at the standard of emperor level. 20,000 Hz was the standard of a normal emperor level. His limit had even reached the point of breaking 6. Of course, breaking 6 usually required a vitality outburst of 5 million calories. Hence, this was the watershed of a heavenly king. Depending on the region, the amount of energy needed to break through the 9 heavens would be different. On Earth, Fong Ping could break 6 heavens with 8 million calories. In the catacombs, it might be higher. It was about 5 million calories. Fong Ping's limit was not far from breaking 6. However, his outburst was only close to 4 million calories. There was still a long way to go before he could break 6. Fong Ping did not care too much. He had already improved very quickly. If he went any faster, his strength control would probably still decline. Old Zhang's strength control had always been very high for so many years. Recently, it had dropped a lot, barely breaking 6. After getting the 3 saint tokens given by Heavenly King suppressing, his wealth did not increase. Fong Ping did not care anymore. If he really wanted it, he could ask Heavenly King suppressing to give it to him. This old man might know something. I haven't completely refined the one that perished. Heavenly King suppressing gave me 3 more. 4 saint tokens. At this moment, Fong Ping held the saint token. There were some waves in his heart. I might have to witness something. His origin world had expanded a lot previously. Its diameter was close to 100 meters. This time, Fong Ping wanted to know, if its diameter reached 100 meters, would it cover his origin Dao? Previously, he had realized many things in Song Mao's cat world. This time, would there be changes? Thinking of this, Fong Ping looked at old Zhang, exhaled and said, I want to refine the saint token. Old Zhang, protect me. Zhang Tao raised his eyebrows and nodded quickly. Fong Ping purposely told him. Obviously, he was hinting that Zhang Tao could do it himself. The others did not need to. Heavenly King suppressing and the others were all shrewd with age. Heavenly King suppressing sneered. The saint token was given to him by me. Now he was turning his back on me. This kid was definitely a dog. If Heavenly Hound did not revive, he would suspect if Fong Ping was the reincarnation of Heavenly Hound. Fong Ping did not care what they thought. In this place, the one who could really make him feel at ease was old Zhang. He might have some changes this time. He had to be careful. At this moment, Fong Ping was alone in the dilapidated building. He had a combat palace outside. As for old Zhang and the others, they were all waiting outside. 100 meters. Is 100 meters diameter enough? Or the radius? Fong Ping was also not sure how to change it. Song Mao's experience might not be useful to him. However, he would know after trying. At this time, Fong Ping began to refine the saint token. Very soon, the first saint token was refined and controlled by him at all costs. Just like before, the saint token landed in the origin world. It began to stamp and suppress the origin. In the origin world, MCMAU and Sun City became clearer and clearer. It was the same for those figures. They became clearer and clearer. At this moment, Fong Ping had already felt something. If the origin world was a little more stable, it might really be similar to the real world. Song Mao's cat world was infinitely close to the real world. The first saint token was refined. The world was stable. Fong Ping began to expend a large amount of origin energy to start expanding. The saint token would not actively help to expand the small world. Instead, it played the role of building a foundation. It could make the foundation more solid, just like the foundation. Only when the foundation was solid could a higher building be built. The first token, the second token, when he refined the second token, Fong Ping's origin world had already changed a lot. In the bright world, the feeling that the small world gave Fong Ping was already infinitely close to a circle with a diameter of 100 meters. As for whether it was round or spherical, Fong Ping did not care about this. After refining one more token, it can probably reach a diameter of 100 meters. Fong Ping was looking forward to it. Would there be changes? He hoped so. When Fong Ping was refining the third saint token, outside, Heavenly King Suppressing and the others suddenly turned around and looked inside. In the next moment, they entered the origin world in an instant. At this moment, they were almost together. The origin world was not too far away. At this moment, the apparitions of the few of them guarding the large planet opened their eyes, looking at a small planet below their large planet. It looked very far away. However, they were all peerless powerhouses. They could still see some changes. At this moment, the faraway planet did not change in size, but its color changed drastically. Very soon, the planet erupted with a dazzling light. Immediately after, it resumed its dimness. On the other hand, Heavenly King Suppressing and the others saw a strange scene. The faraway planet was initially golden. However, at this moment, a white zone suddenly appeared in the golden ball. They frowned. At this moment, the planet dimmed. Fong Ping seemed to have sensed something and covered up something. Chapter 1189. In Combat, Heavenly Palace. At this moment, Fong Ping felt a huge change, an earth-shattering change. The moment the source world's diameter reached 100 meters, Fong Ping's physique was transforming. His mentality was changing too. This feeling was similar to the time when a 7th forging golden body was upgraded to 8 forging. Then from 8 forging to 9 forging, creak. The golden body was changing. Some black matter was squeezed out, and some golden blood was also squeezed out. Fong Ping opened his eyes and clenched his fists. His expression changed for a while. It was different. It was really different. His strength had suddenly skyrocketed. If it was purely the increase in strength, he would not be so emotional. However, at this moment, his origin Tao was actually shortened. Wealth, 60 billion points vitality, 1,540,000 calories, 1,709,400 calories. Mentality, 19,500 hertz, 19,999 hertz, can be cut. Origin, vertical 2,300 meters, increase 104%. Horizontal 8,700 meters, increase 87%. Source world, 115 meters. Combat techniques, God-slaying saber techniques plus 9%. Combat techniques combination deduction, 1 million points / time strength control, 82% limit outburst, 420-5124 cal / 5128200 cal. This, Fong Ping was shocked. His foundation was much stronger now. From a base of 54 million calories directly to more than 7 million calories. His origin Tao was shorter by 100 meters horizontally and vertically. The vertical increase was directly reduced by 10%. However, this increase actually became an increase in his physique. Horizontally and vertically, it was a total of 11% less. Fong Ping did some calculations. This 11% had transformed directly into his flesh. Fang Ping swallowed his saliva. This was Song Mao's origin Tao, but Song Mao was much stronger than him and had walked much further. Why did he only have such a small, basic vitality? According to Fang Ping's rhythm, once he covered 1,000 meters, he would be much stronger than Song Mao. More than 5 million calories. Fang Ping was shocked. After the increase, his maximum strength had actually reached more than 5 million calories. How was this possible? What did this mean? It meant that if he covered 100 meters and his foundation was stronger, then there might be explosive growth. Should I still walk this path? Will it continue to increase like this in the future? Fang Ping clenched his fists. At this moment, he felt full of strength. 7 million calories, basic vitality. Incomparably powerful. Powerhouses who had just entered the Heavenly King stage usually had a limit of more than 5 million calories. Even with a threefold increase in strength, their basic strength was only about 1,200,000 calories and above. This referred to the initial stage of Tao validation. More than 1,200,000 calories. With a threefold increase, he would have about 5 million calories of vitality. Of course, most heavenly kings had more than 1,200,000 calories. Even a newly promoted heavenly king, like the fighting king, had exceeded this number. However, 7 million calories was something that many heavenly kings who had broken through 6 levels could not achieve. Is this the fusion of the origin and the beginner martial arts? Fang Ping's expression kept changing. Had Big Cat really embarked on a path that had never been seen before? At the same time, Shanghai, the gray cat was still training the Sika deer, but it suddenly stood up and entered its own world. In the cat's world, the gray cat was not in the mood to eat the fish-headed demon this time. At this moment, Song Mao was looking at the world of cats with a blank face. It could communicate with Fang Ping. All this while, it could look for Fang Ping to play through the source world. But now, the cat suddenly crouched down, raised its butt and wagged its tail. It was digging the soil. After digging for a while, Big Cat's eyes were full of confusion. Where was the path that led to the liar's source world? Why did it feel like it was blocked by someone? Its source world was very special. In the past, it could locate some people's source world through some means. In the source universe, it easily found the martial king's source world. This was not something that ordinary people could do. It could locate Fang Ping in the past, and it could still do so now. But now, the link between it and Fang Ping seemed to be blocked by someone. Big Cat's eyes were even more confused. Why was this happening? Big Cat began to dig the soil, quickly heading toward the previous path. After digging for a while in the source world, below it, there seemed to be a thin film. Big Cat's claws poked and bounced back quickly. Poked again and bounced back again. Big Cat was depressed. Did the liar block his source world? Fang Ping had blocked his own source world. Or rather, he had blocked that path. In this way, it could not go over in the future. But it did not make sense. Big Cat was still confused. How did he block it? Back then, after Fang Ping came to its source world, the gray cat could often look for him, searching through the source. This was also the hidden door that the gray cat left behind, which was equivalent to leaving a door in Fang Ping's source world. But now, Fang Ping had closed this door. Big Cat knocked on the thin film and shouted, "Liar, open the door!" No one answered. "Open the door!" Big Cat shouted again. Still no sound. Big Cat looked dejected. What was going on? Why was he blocking the door? How did the liar block it? Big Cat raised its head, feeling a little tired. Soon, fish monsters roasted themselves one by one and fell into its mouth. The ash cat pondered as it ate. Suddenly, Big Cat stood up and muttered, "Don't tell me the liar has succeeded?" It suspected that the liar had covered a part of his Tao. In this way, the previous opening was naturally blocked. The origin Tao was an amplification, but it was also an opening. This was like a beehive. In the beehive, Only an opening could be made for the bees to enter and exit. When these openings were blocked by someone, naturally there was no way to enter or exit. Starting from the root, Fong Ping blocked 100 meters. This 100 meters blocked the core of his source world. At this moment, Big Cat could not enter. But Big Cat was unhappy. I want to go in. I want to make a call. The liar had actually locked me outside the door. This was too infuriating. Go. This won't work. Big Cat scratched its head with its claws. How should I go? Soon, Big Cat bared its teeth. I can roam the source universe. No, I have to go and scold the liar. Why did he close the door and not let me in? In the next moment, Big Cat flew into the sky. Soon, Big Cat flew out of its cat world. Everyone else's world was a big star. Outside Big Cat's cat world, the cat world that he saw was not a big star. It was like a small ball, very, very small, dark and almost invisible. In this boundless universe, it was almost impossible to notice this small black ball. At this moment, Big Cat was flying at high speed. Its speed was incomparably fast. It was not bloated and slow like what old Zhang saw. This cat drifted quickly in the endless universe. Sometimes its body would flash, appearing in countless distant places in the blink of an eye. Soon, an unusual little star appeared. Big Cat took a look and also saw the white area in the middle, surrounding the little star. At this moment, Fong Ping's figure was also sitting on the star. Big Cat muttered and flew over quickly. The moment Fong Ping's apparition was about to open its eyes, Big Cat's claws suddenly became incomparably huge. With a smack, it hit the apparition aside and said angrily, "Dummy, don't come!" This was not real. Who was the fake trying to scare? At the same time, Fong Ping's body trembled slightly. At this moment, he experienced the feeling of others being broken into the source world by him. Something was trying to break into his source world. In the next moment, Fong Ping appeared in his source world. At this moment, in the sky, the void seemed to be pierced. It revealed a plum-shaped shape. Fong Ping took a look and quickly realized something. He could not help but scold. "Big Cat, what are you doing?" He was very familiar with this paw print. One look and he knew it was Big Cat. What was this cat doing? Why was it invading his source world out of nowhere? Fong Ping quickly rose into the sky. The source world was his own world. The current him could actually do things to control this world, such as opening a door. Of course, doing this was very troublesome. It could easily cause the source to be unstable and the origin chi to overflow. Fong Ping did not care much about this. Very soon, a crack was torn in the sky. In the next moment, a cat quickly burrowed in. The moment it burrowed in, Big Cat saw Fong Ping's source world. Suddenly, its face revealed a mournful expression. "Meow, meow, I'm so angry. You really blocked the door. Meow, I'm not happy. You're so fast. So fast. Doesn't this cat look very stupid?" Big Cat saw that circular world. It was already 100 meters in diameter. So angry. It walked like this too, but it had been so many years. Why was it so small? The liar was so fast that it made the cat sad. "I'm not a stupid cat." Fong Ping was speechless. Looking at the heartbroken cat, he said helplessly, "Why are you here?" "Meow, you blocked the door and didn't let me in, so I came to look for you." Big Cat was a little sad. While screaming, it secretly absorbed the origin chi. Absorb a little, and then a little more. It had been a long time since it created a new fish demon. The liar's source world had so much origin chi. At this moment, the previously solid Sun City and MCMAU became much more illusory. Fong Ping's expression was dark. This cat was too much. If it continued to absorb, my world would be empty. Did it really think that I couldn't sense it? Big Cat screamed and continued to absorb. After a while, it stole a glance at Fong Ping. Seeing his ugly expression, Big Cat put on an innocent expression and stopped absorbing. At this time, it continued the previous topic. Liar, why are you so fast? It was too fast. It was so sad. Although the lyre was powerful, it had a backer, but it had walked the same path as it. It had walked it for tens of thousands of years. You mean this source world? Fong Ping laughed. First, I'm a genius. Second, you're too lazy. Third, you're a cat, I'm a human. Cats don't fight, why walk so fast? Big Cat was speechless. After a while it felt relieved. It nodded its fat head and said, Yes, forget it then. That's true, I'm a cat. It was normal for a cat to walk slower. It could not let itself work hard every day to open up the source world, right? That would be too tiring. Open up for a day and rest for half a year. This was the life of a cat. Could it be that it could open up for half a year and rest for a day? Fong Ping saw that it felt relieved and was speechless. I just said that, and you agreed? This cat did not have the demeanor of a powerhouse. At this moment, Fong Ping also had questions to ask. He said hurriedly, Big Cat, you came at the right time. Just now, my origin covered Tao. After that, my basic aura increased a lot, but the origin is still increasing. Big Cat glanced at him, thought for a while, and said, You're finished. What? The cat muttered, Your strength might be declining. You blocked the Tao passageway, so the origin chi can't enter. Now that it's increasing. Yes, it has something to do with you being so fast. Big Cat looked at the wide Tao that looked like a door to heaven and muttered, So wide. Fortunately, it's not completely broken. Liar, in the future, you might not have the origin increasing anymore. Even if you do, the origin chi you produce will be much less in the future. You'll have to replenish it yourself. Fong Ping's gaze changed slightly. You're saying that once I cover too much, my origin will be blocked? Yes, Big Cat nodded. But it's fine. When that time comes, you might be very strong. You'd better continue opening up the passageway. Make the passageway longer and wider. Then you can slightly open up a gap and continue to increase the origin. Otherwise, the other's Tao will be blocked now. Fong Ping frowned and said quickly, Then, can't I continue to push forward 100 meters? Now that his Tao was covered by 100 meters, could he not move the door forward a little? It should not be a problem, right? Big Cat was stunned for a moment and said foolishly, Will it work? I don't know, I didn't open up the passageway. It did not open up the passageway in the beginning. It had been walking on the origin all along, so it really did not know the situation. At this moment, Big Cat suddenly became interested. Could it be like this? Could it open up a passageway in the cat's world now? Would there be an increase for it too? It seemed very interesting. Of course, the increase in strength was secondary. The key point was that if the passageway was opened up, the origin chi could come in and it could have a feast. Fong Ping looked at Big Cat and did not ask any more questions. This cat was muddle-headed. It probably did not really understand what Tao it had walked on. At this moment, Fong Ping was quite satisfied with the changes this time. The Saint token was very useful. It could actually help him extend the origin world. The 6 Saint tokens played a huge role in reaching 100 meters in such a short time. At this moment, Big Cat suddenly said, Liar, this world of yours has become bigger. Without support, it will crack. What? If it's bigger, it will crack. Big Cat said matter-of-factly, but it's fine. We can use things like the origin soil to stabilize it, but you don't have it. Fortunately, you have those little tokens. You can put these things in the origin world in the future. They can help you stabilize the world. At this moment, Fong Ping suddenly understood something. His origin world was stable because the materials used to make the Saint token had something that helped stabilize the world. The origin soil and some other things. Fong Ping asked quickly, Is the origin water useful? Origin water? Big Cat asked curiously, Do you have it? If you do, can you give me some? I want it too. My cat world doesn't have a lake. Big Cat said regretfully, There's no lake. Fish can only be raised on the grasslands. Otherwise, I can raise fish in the water. In its cat world, Fish monsters all grew on the ground like cabbages. Fong Ping initially thought that it was Big Cat's special hobby. Now that he thought about it, it turned out that there was no lake. It was hard on this cat. It actually thought of breeding fish. Fong Ping did have the origin water. He got it at the Fountain of Longevity. The 4 plump babies had settled down there now. They were still repairing their brain nuclei. At the thought of this, Fong Ping's consciousness moved. In the next moment, the ice block that was previously in the life gate appeared in the origin world instantly. Now, Fong Ping also knew some things. Behind the life gate, it was actually connected to the origin universe. If that was the case, if these plump babies could survive in the life gate, they could definitely survive in the origin world too. As soon as the ice block appeared, Big Cat's face was full of curiosity. Suddenly, he stretched out his claws and fiddled with the ice block. In the next moment, 4 plump babies appeared. The 4 plump babies were chattering and shouting. No one knew what they were talking about. When the plump babies saw Big Cat, they were a little scared at first. Then, they suddenly felt a little happy and flew toward Big Cat. Big Cat's eyes widened. When he saw the plump babies flying over, he suddenly slapped his claws again, slapping the plump babies away. Water doesn't taste good. Big Cat looked a little disgusted. It did not want to eat this. It was all made of water. Even if it wanted to drink water, it would not drink it like this. These plump babies were spitting saliva just now. It was disgusted. At this moment, Fong Ping's origin world changed again. When this drop of water entered the origin world, it began to melt rapidly. At this moment, in the circular world with a diameter of 100 meters, a small puddle began to melt. Yes, it was just a small puddle. It was very small. The ice block melted extremely quickly. The 4 babies that were slapped away flew back while chattering and chattering. Very soon, a few of the babies burrowed into the small puddle. At this moment, Fong Ping's brain nucleus appeared. Looking at the small puddle, Fong Ping's expression changed slightly. He threw the brain nucleus inside. The moment the brain nucleus was thrown in, Fong Ping's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to be able to sense this world more clearly. He had never tried to send the brain nucleus to the origin world. Normal people probably would not think so. Who would send the brain nucleus here? Since the brain nucleus had materialized, naturally it would stay in the brain. At this moment, the brain nucleus had entered the origin world. Fong Ping felt that his perception of the entire origin world was clearer and his control was higher. Big Cat looked at his brain nucleus and said strangely, "Liar, why is your brain nucleus still here?" Big Cat muttered, "The brain nucleus is what controls this world. You have to integrate the brain nucleus with this world. That big sun in the sky is fake. No, you have to make it real. The brain nucleus is the real sun. This is your world. You are the master." In Fong Ping's origin world, his sun was fake. It was formed by a kind of medicinal pill created by the Emperor God. At this moment, Fong Ping heard what Big Cat said. The brain nucleus was the sun. In its cat world, the sun was its brain nucleus. Fong Ping was surprised, really surprised. What did this mean? Was this the real origin cultivation method? Fong Ping did not know if there were others who walked this path, but he only knew about Big Cat. Big Cat was his pioneer. It was also the only pioneer who could give Fong Ping some pointers. Unfortunately, this cat was not reliable. He only said whatever came to his mind. The brain nucleus is the sun. Fong Ping looked at the fake sun in the sky. That was a medicinal pill created by the Emperor God. Did this mean that he walked the wrong path again? The brain nucleus is the source of power. No, it's the key to your future connection with the origin world. Big Cat knew something. While playing in the water, he said, "We're still walking on the origin Tao." Liar, someone said that someone will walk on a new path in the future. This is actually not a new path. Big Cat seemed to remember something and said again, I think, in the end, I still have to integrate the origin world into my body. Fong Ping looked at it, as if it was the first time he knew it. Integrate the origin world into his body. All things were one. At this moment, Fong Ping still did not know how Old Manly transformed. If he knew, he might have a few more insights. Martial arts. In the end, martial arts still had to return to the body. Martial arts. Cultivation was still the body. Cultivation was only one. However, it did not matter. Fong Ping knew more than Old Manly. He thought of the scene he saw at Enlightenment Cliff. He saw that person shatter his own origin world. That person might be the one who created the origin Dao back then. Even he was shattering his own origin world in the end. What did this mean? Countless thoughts arose in Fong Ping's mind. Return to one. In the end, everything had to return to one. No matter how big the origin world was, it was still an external object. In the end, perhaps the origin world also had to return to one. Shatter the origin and integrate it into the body. Return to one Dao. Fong Ping's gaze changed again. This was a term that he suddenly thought of. It was also Old Zhang's Dao. Return to one Dao. Was Old Zhang also thinking of returning to one in the end? No, many people were thinking of this. The Demon Emperor seemed to be trying to walk on the path of myriad Daos. Myriad Daos would return to one in the end. He wanted to break through the barrier. Unfortunately, myriad Daos were too difficult. He probably failed. A long time ago, someone told Fong Ping what the seed of rebirth was. It was a seed condensed by the Demon Emperor to return myriad Daos to one. The Demon Emperor was also trying to return myriad Daos to one. If the Demon Emperor was Hongyu, it meant that Hongyu was also trying this Dao back then. No, there was also King Kuan. King Kuan was also trying. The gate of mapping that he created seemed to be for this. No, there was still the Fountain Guardian. He created the origin realm, seemed to be trying to find something, some opportunity, to return myriad Daos to one. Old Manly too. Back then, he was also returning myriad Daos to one. Return to one to one. It's not that everyone doesn't know about the origin's flaws. They're actually all working hard in this direction. At this moment, Fong Ping had an epiphany. It was not that he did not know. Everyone knew. Therefore, some top-notch powerhouses were trying to take this step, exploring new paths. These things were only comprehended by those who were extremely talented and powerful. Old Zhang might have comprehended something. As for Fong Ping, he also had some comprehension at this moment. Return to one, Fong Ping murmured. I've covered the origin Dao, but it's not enough. It's best if I can also integrate the origin world with myself completely, becoming a part of myself completely. Everything will return to one. Fong Ping was deep in thought. At this moment, the clouds were dispelled and the fog was revealed. He felt that his future direction was completely clear this time. In the next moment, Fong Ping grabbed the cat that was still playing in the water and suddenly kissed its head. The cat struggled, but it was useless. This was Fong Ping's world. Bada! The kiss was loud and clear. The cat's face was lifeless. There was despair on its face. There was nothing left to live for. A liar kissed the cat. A liar took advantage of the cat. Meow. The cat meowed miserably, but Fong Ping laughed heartily. Thank you, big cat. Fong Ping was really happy that he had gained important insights from the cat twice. Bada! He gave it another heavy kiss, and the gray cat shrieked again. In the next moment, Fong Ping kicked the cat, but kicking the cat out of his world like a football. He curled his lips and said, "That's enough. You stole so much of my origin chi. You're still acting pitiful after kissing you twice." This cat was not a good person. Not only did it steal a lot of his origin chi, but it was also stealing the origin water. Fong Ping was speechless. This was his world. How could he not know? He should just kick it away. The cat that was kicked away flew out of Fong Ping's origin world and muttered a few words. The liar was too much. Playing with cats required benefits. Didn't he know that? This cat let you play with it. I took some of your origin water. You still kicked me. Unreasonable.